today we're privileged to have the brain behind GNC International, and we want to find out what her takeaway is from this gathering.
Thank you. I've had a wonderful time today. I'm really impressed with the number of people that have shown out, even with the rain. We didn't have this in our own time to be able to see and have role models that that happen. So absolutely great conference. I think you've done a great job, and just want to wish you all the success.
What is your never say die keywords for entrepreneurs?
If you can think it, you can get it done, right? That's it. So I think that when your hands are clean, your heart is pure, you're focused on what you want to do, just think positively and you can get it all done. I'm a positive thinker. I'm someone that thinks that there's so much that we can do as a country. There are lots of challenges, but I just see opportunities. Stay as a positive thinker, get things done and change the narrative. Let's keep doing what we need to do to keep Nigeria to be the best country in the world.
The program has really been amazing. We had entrepreneurs in their early and startup stage, and we've had sections ranging from their business plan, even their business model canvas, finance fundamentals, really interactive section for the entrepreneurs where they had to really dive into their real business challenges, profounding solutions, brainstorming, and having a good presentation.
I joined AUP 133 as someone with so much frustration, so many information on the internet, without knowing where to do, where to go.
When I came into Faith Foundation, I came in with a lot of expectation. I still remember the introductory session. We learned quite a lot.
The case study we had on Baba Eko, where we went through his journey in business, how he left the north and came to Lagos. And there was so much to learn from that case study.
I've known quite a lot in business, but as I came to Faith Foundation, a lot of eye-opening sessions that I believe I'm going to implement in my business. It's going to help me to actually set up and structure my business very well.
What stood out in negotiation class for me was every day we wake up is a negotiation. You negotiate your way all through the day. And that has kind of influenced my decision that I wake up every day, I'm coming to the table to win. It has to be a win-win situation, not a lose-win situation. With the knowledge I've gained so far in Faith Foundation, AEP 133, I see my business in 3 to 5 years on the global scale.
I want to really thank Faith Foundation for the investment of time, investment of knowledge, and even for giving us a very robust platform to meet and network with very, very intelligent minds during this session.
I met different people. When I came here, I felt I was going to be the oldest, but I was gelling with them. I was friendly. I enjoyed their company. In fact, there's one of them that is actually giving me marketing ideas and rubbing minds, and I really got help.
This is just to really say a special thank you to all of our volunteers and faculty at Faith Foundation that people made themselves available to really make the AEP 133 quote a very big success. And this is just to really say to every entrepreneur out there, you really want to take that audacious step, you want to take your business to the next level, you want to learn about challenges and how you can overcome them. The best place to be is to come and register for the Aspiring Entrepreneur Program at Faith Foundation. Trust me, you won't regret this.
AGM 133.
The theme for today's discussion is on entrepreneurial ecosystem, building inclusive network for cross-border collaboration. And pretty much what we're talking about is how can entrepreneurs do business from different countries?
What are the requirements regulatory-wise over there? Do they need to test what you're selling? What will happen to your products between here and when it gets there?
You cannot do it alone. We need to normalize collaboration. The business of trade, I always say that the currency is not dollar or naira. The currency is time.
The issue of logistics is very, very important in the international market. There is technology can help us in these things also. We can leverage these fintech companies for our payment solutions. They help.
It's day 2 of the 9th Faith Annual Alumni Conference. You're welcome.
What is globalization? Globalization has undeniably transformed the entrepreneurial landscape, providing unprecedented opportunities and, yes, challenges for businesses worldwide. How is globalization impacting entrepreneurship and how we do business today? The free flow of information, capital, including human capital. The idea that a startup in Lagos can today serve clients in London, partner with suppliers in Lima, and compete with corporations in Los Angeles is no longer just a concept. It is the reality of our world. Look for partners. It's not as difficult as you think to find partners, and those partners will come to you if your value proposition is clear.
Congratulations! Your business is now one of the biggest ones in the country. And that was the message that Mr. Prince got. Because Mr. Prince had just set up a business that had blown. He was now in the area where he needed to know those rudiments of business, financial management, how to engage, how to negotiate, how to close deals. But Mr. Prince had a problem. He didn't know how to get that information, but he knew that he needed that information. So when he heard about the Emerging Entrepreneurs Program run by the Faith Foundation, he knew that was the program that he had to be on. A program that was going to tell him about the business and how to run it, how to scale it, how to grow it, to make his business more profitable, more bankable, more scalable, more sustainable. And that's the program that we are presenting to you here in Faith Foundation. So let me tell you about the Emerging Entrepreneurs Program at the Faith Foundation. It was conceptualized and it's been delivered to support entrepreneurs like yourself, to help you to develop the business to a level where you are ready to take on all the volatility and the uncertainty in an economy like ours. The faculty is great. It's led by Mr. Folade Allah himself, the founder of the Faith Foundation, and he was also the co-founder of the Guarantee Trust Bank. The faculty are not only tried, but they're also tested. They're leaders of industry in their own right. So if you're going to join us and be one of those that you're going to look at in years to come and say, those are the leaders of our economy, then I would suggest you do one thing, that you go onto our website, www.faithfoundation.org/EEP and register for the Emerging Entrepreneurs Program. It will be one decision that you're going to be happy that you took. Take it from me, I know. I'm the dean of the school.
What does it take to transform a business and position it for global relevance? High-growth businesses are the engines of employment and economic transformation globally. Yet, for entrepreneurs, scaling quickly comes with complex challenges. Securing funding, expanding into new markets, and scaling operations. At the Faith School, we understand these pain points and are committed to empowering businesses to overcome them. After years of contributing to Nigeria's socio-economic development, we're launching a game-changing initiative. Get ready to witness the future of high-growth business transformation. Coming soon.
SMEs are a very important part of our economy. And there's no way any country, even SMEs, can survive or even grow without having aspirations to go to the next level.
I'm delighted to welcome you all to our annual Business Outlook and Alumni General Meeting. We hope to set this presentation for you to be able to gain insights, knowledge, information, to plan better.
In the midst of the challenges, we've chosen to be resilient, we've chosen not to give up, we've chosen to be creative, we've chosen to be innovative.
If you look at our business outlook since we started, we've actually really been gunning for the big guys in the industry, people who can give us like actual data and forecasts that we think that are really very reasonable and factual. To have a former chairman of KPMG come to talk to you about this, I mean, it's a big deal for us.
Many a times, many people complain about things that are going on in the macro environment due to lack of understanding. Find a way to do exports. If you do exports, you generate your foreign currency. There's a lot of funding for SMEs. People don't do research. Don't go and scale by borrowing money you can't pay back. But look for the kind of funding that matches the kind of business you are doing and use that money to grow the business.
For anyone who is worried, I will just tell you, just watch out for what is going to happen.
The internet has an amount of information that is available to you to whether change your business model, whether you need to retool anything.
Please sit down with someone that understands how to price and cost your products. Don't sell below your cost price.
Your reputation is so important and you must be deliberate in investing and building it, especially in tough times like this.
For me, the big takeaway, first of all, is
I thought you will put your hands together. So as we begin this morning, I have a little challenge for you. I'm going to ask you to stand up. I'm going to ask you to walk around the hall to find someone you haven't met before or that you haven't spoken with today. I just have a feeling that you might meet a money bag. You know, someone said all you need to get what you want right now is to know somebody that knows somebody that knows somebody that knows the person that has what you want. Do you agree with me? So I'm going to give you 5 minutes to do that. You don't have to meet as many people. All you need to break through in life is to know one person. So I want to challenge you to meet 2 people. I will come back to ask you who you met, find out their net worth, make sure you get their phone number, and connect with them. Who's going to do that? It might be the most important thing you do today. So you have 5 minutes to do that, and your time starts now. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a seat? Thank you. With a wave of hand, Faith Foundation staff. Just look around and see. Good news, ladies and gentlemen. The eyes Foundation is here conducting free eye screening for everyone. Please see a lot of female leaders. Please put your hands together. Max McGee is past president. Tell them this animal, ladies and gentlemen, we have a witness in the house. I was meeting him for the first time, but he didn't ask me. Thank you so much for that, very pleasant. Are you ready to receive? Please let us make welcome for the President's address, Toyin Bakare, President Mate, Alumni Executive.
All our business leaders, our fellow business anywhere I go to the world, I always talk about Faith Foundation. And position ourselves for sustainable growth and enduring impact. And as we
to grow and to scale their businesses. Better than that.
Yeah, so I would like to start. Drive our inflation numbers. Okay, in economics, we say that there are, 4 or 5 big macroeconomic problems or the wicked problems of macroeconomics. The first one is growth, which is output. Of course, without being told, you know that if the economy is not growing, well, we don't have incomes, we don't have jobs, and everything we thank. The second one is unemployment. Of course, it's also linked to growth. If firms are not growing, not expanding, they are unable to create jobs. They are unable to create employment, utilize both human and physical capital. So the third one is inflation. Inflation, and that has really dealt with us in Nigeria in the past few years. Then we have what we call the business cycle. Now, if you look at the Nigerian economy, you will know something, that we seem to be an externally driven economy. Externally driven in the sense that the dynamics of our economy seem to be determined by what happens outside the shores of this nation. We have to trade with the rest of the world, and when you look at our trade or our export profile, the bulk of what we export is just natural resources, crude oil mainly, which drives our net foreign account. Then we have capital outflows, flows, both direct and portfolio investment that we expect to come in from outside the nation. Then we have policies from around the world. If the United States, the Federal Reserve, if they raise rates, it has implications for our economy. If they reduce it as well, it has implications for us. Currently, everybody's talking about the Trump tariffs. So what's going to be the impact of the tariff escalation, which is what economists will describe as bigger than neighbor trade policy that Trump is bringing back? What is the impact of that on economies, small open economies like ours? Okay. Then the last but not the least is diaspora remittances. Countries like India and China have actually risen on the back of diaspora remittances to build and transform their economies. We have quite a significant diaspora population all over the world who are making good contribution to the economy as well, but we have not been very strategic about that. So those are the 4 factors that drive the internal conditions on the other panel on that slide. So I was talking about business cycles. So business cycle is the natural up and downs in the economy. Today you have the economy is doing so well because oil price is perhaps surging up. But then there are times that the oil price go down, and when at such instances, for a pro-cyclical economy such as ours, we begin to suffer. So that is why, our economy is so much integrated to what happens outside here. So what we do is try to manage, to mitigate the risk that most of them come from outside here. Before the current administration, our macroeconomic environment has been very challenged. Okay, so this is actually from the Nigeria Economic Summit Group, the research they've conducted. And of course, everybody will agree with this. From 1999 to maybe 2009, we had a very, booming economy in many respects. So if you look at the various macroeconomic indicators, whether it is the fiscal, the external balance, trade balance, net foreign investment, Nigeria was at one point the destination for foreign investment in Africa. But unfortunately, that has changed. It didn't change today. It's actually, so it's a cumulative effect of what has been happening in recent times. Then you look at the fiscal situation. Fiscal balances were a lot better. What do we mean by that? Our budget seemed to be more in equilibrium in the past than it is now. So we now have more of deficit financing for the budget because our expenditure looms larger than our revenues. Then, on top of that, the public debt has been rising. Then the other monetary indicators, inflation, exchange rate, interest rate, and foreign reserve have also been badly hit. So going from 1999 to where we are today, you can see that that map has turned to red. So telling us that danger. Now, and that was the point at which we have the current administration. They've completed a full year of economic management. So it's about time, well, not about time, but we can somehow, gauge how or assess how they've been managing the economy. It is still too early in the day to make any conclusive, statement regarding how the economy is being run, because I believe that we are at an inflection point. What do I mean by an inflection point? That the reforms are just starting to mainstream into the economy. It will take quite a while before we know whether we are doing the right thing or not. But I think with the rebasing of the economy, which I think data has been the biggest challenge to managing Nigeria's economy in recent times. Now think about it. The last time we rebased was in 2012, 2013. And for that to happen, even then, before that rebasing, we were using 1990 prices. 1990 prices to value outputs in 2010, 2011, 2012, 2013. So that was like 2 decades. Okay? That will tell you that things were completely out of touch with reality as at that point in time. So now, if you also observe what has happened in 2020, COVID-19, and then the epochal transformation that the economy went through in 2023, the removal of subsidy, and then the harmonization of the exchange rate, you will know that 2024 bear little resemblance to 2019. Okay, so it didn't really make a lot of sense to use prices of the previous years before 2020 to value outputs in 2023 or 2024. And that was why when initially the Bureau of Statistics embarked on this rebasing journey, they wanted to use 2019 as a base year because according to them, that was the last year we had stable prices. But some of us were against that because rebasing has nothing to do with stability. It's just about indexation. Why do you index? To make sure that you are actually in sync with current realities. So for that to happen, we thought that it was better that they brought it forward to 2024 prices. And thankfully, that's what has happened. So they brought it forward to 2024 prices, which has unlocked, well, not unlocking, but unmarked so many other activity sectors that have emerged in the economy over that period. Before the rebasing, we have 46 activity sectors currently. But with this rebasing, I think our activity sectors will move to up to 80, and our GDP, well, some people will say that that's just a statistical manipulation. You may say that, but it is very important. It is important that we actually are in tune with the current reality, with prices today. And that is the importance and the significance of rebasing. So with 2024 prices as the base year, so we now have inflation at 24.5%. So I think the monetary authorities are now in a fix, right? So there is no way interest rates should be higher than the inflation rate. Okay? You understand what I'm talking about? So maybe they have shot themselves in the leg foot without knowing it. But we are waiting for the next meeting of the Monetary Policy Committee, right? So the benchmark rate, definitely, the MPR, Monetary Policy Rate, will definitely be less or, okay, equal, at par with the inflation rate. So if that is going to be the case, then we expect interest rates to also drop. Who wouldn't like that? Okay, so we are waiting for them, right? But supposing interest rate comes to 24%, what will be the implication of that for MSMEs? That's a significant gain. Okay, access to finance, access to working capital will become easier, less expensive. Finance will become more affordable. And I think that would boost business prospects in 2024. But we are looking forward to that. I am sure that they will walk the whole line and not stop on the way. So this is the macroeconomic dashboard. Well, with the rebasing of the CPI and the new inflation figures, this data seems to be like, obsolete. All right, but it's good for us to look at it. GDP growth rate was 3.5% last year on average, okay? An improvement of 16.1% from December the previous year, 2023. Exchange rates, through 2024, we witnessed some sort of turmoil in that market. Volatility was quite pronounced, but eventually it stabilized. Okay, now the primary market premium has not been more than 100%, plus or minus, will I say, how many standard deviations? 2 standard deviations, so not bad. Okay, I know that businesses or ordinary people want very strong currency. They want 1 naira to be equivalent to the dollar. But, there is something that we need to understand. The policy that Mr. President embarked on was actually belated. Why do I say so? It should have happened many, many years ago. But because we are drunk on oil money, we thought that the good times will run forever. But of course, nothing good lasts forever. It didn't happen. Our population keep expanding, and then our oil production also tanked. So we didn't have the capacity to defend the naira any longer. All right? But now look at what the arbitrary strengthening of the currency did to us over time from the 1970s. What you refer to as the Dutch disease. I hope you can hear me. What you refer to as the Dutch disease, which is when your currency becomes arbitrarily strong, that your export become too expensive, so nobody buys from you. So it becomes cheaper to import even things that you can manufacture yourself. So when people talk about deindustrialization, they don't really link it to this arbitrary strong exchange rate that we suffered for a very long time. So people will say, there was a time we used to supply tires to the vehicle, motor car value chain. We had the likes of Dunlop and Michelin and all of that. Why did they leave? So the answer was that it became, unviable for them to be producing from Nigeria. And over time, those multinationals, kept leaving. Right? But we didn't learn our lessons because our exports were too expensive relative to the rest of the world. Now, to buttress this point, today, Nigeria is the least competitive economy in Africa. Yes, our export competitiveness index is lower than that of Niger Republic. Okay? So we can't compete with anybody. In fact, it's cheaper to produce in the UK than to produce in Nigeria. You are businesses. If you are, doing business in the UK, you'll be a million times better off than in Nigeria. And that is a fact. So until we change that, I don't want to even talk about trade cost. Trade cost, I think so the cost that it takes, what it costs to move a 20-feet container from one end of Nigeria to the port is the highest in Africa. So we can't even compete with Ghanaians. It means that some Nigerians actually, those who are in the export business, are exporting their produces from Ghana and from neighboring countries, not from our ports. So that tells you where we are. So exchange rate, that's what I was talking about. It's not about how strong the currency is. What is important is that it is stable. Again, Indonesia, which is a country that we like to, reference. Indonesia's currency, I've forgotten, what's that their currency again? Lakh or something, I forgot. To the dollar is about 15,500 units. Imagine if Naira will be 15,500 to the dollar. We shut down this country. We burn everything. But that is the reality of Indonesia. But then, Indonesia is one of the fastest growing economies today. And in the past 15 years, a decade and a half, they've transformed their economy. We used to be better than Indonesia across all fronts, whether you're looking at the external balances, fiscal balances, or monetary indicators. We were better than Indonesia. But now, every other country has left us behind. All right. So, but the good thing also, our market capitalization, that's positive. More than 50% increase. In fact, Nigeria's stock market, I think, will be the best performing currently in the world. But the thing is that people ask, there seems to be a disconnect, right? The stock market is doing so well, but the economy is going in the opposite direction. So I haven't managed to find an answer to that conundrum. Yeah, if you know, please, I'll be happy to know. Oil production has marginally improved, and we believe with the reforms in the oil sector, that will continue to improve as well. Our foreign reserve, again, there is massive accretion, although there was a de-accretion some months ago, but then it has started to build up, which is something positive. Monetary policy rate has increased. That increment is the one that we're not happy about. Okay? Perhaps because of this data discrepancy, maybe that's why monetary policy did not seem to be pushing things in the economy. Most economists were not in sync with the CBN, okay, over the hiking of rates. Because if you, like me, you observe things, you will notice that they were not really, those rate hikes didn't quite improve the inflation figures. So perhaps with this new data, they will need to maybe revise their position. Then inflation, okay, we've spoken about that. Now this is at the end of 2024. This is it. So we are all in the red. If you put all those macroeconomic indicators, inflation, interest rates, monetary policy, right, and growth rates vis-a-vis the the rate of growth of the population, you will have, you have us swimming below the waters. And that is why, if you notice, between how long it took us to get in there and how long it takes to get out of that place. So if you watch the trend, some people think that it will take quite some time before we are able to swim out of that place we are, that red dot. Okay? If you know how long it has taken us to fall to that place, so you will know that there is not going to be any magic wand that will get us out of that place in 1 year. So meaning that we'll be swimming up gradually, but it won't be a sudden bump out of that level that the economy has tanked. I think it is important that we recognize that and perhaps find a way to mitigate some of the challenges that will be. But despite all of that, the economy has managed to maintain some sort of resilient growth. So, but the thing is, the nominal sectors of the economy seem to be driving the real sector. and it's not a very good thing. Growth driven by the growth of the financial institutions, especially the banks, followed by improvement in oil and gas, and of course, the telcos. Okay? The resilience of the economy of outputs in 2024 was driven by three key sectors. The first one is banks. Second, oil and gas, because of improved volume of production and stable price. And the third, the telcos. But these three sectors have low employment capability. How many jobs do they generate? So what is their contribution to job growth in the economy? It's very small. So what it means is that the sectors that can lead to massive turnaround of the economy are not growing. They are either stagnating or they are actually going down. And we have a total of 68% of the economy not growing, leaving us with just 32% of the economy, So for the economy to really turn around, it is important that we have at least 50% of the economy, recording significant positive growth. Okay? So I don't want to go into that so that I can save time. So the fiscal part, we understand what's going on. Income tax, government revenue has been increasing. Okay? But the challenge that we have with that is the political system that we have. I don't like talking about politics. I like to stay on my terrain, which is economics. So government is increasing, revenue is increasing, yeah? And FAC allocation to the states, the governors, not the states. The FAC allocation to the governors is increasing. I know why I say the governors, not the states. Because at the end of the day, it is the governors. You know what I'm talking about. So there was somebody said something the other day, I saw that there's this round tripping. So it's a cycle. So at the end of the month, the governors congregate in Abuja. They get they call it Alawi, right? So they go to Bureau de Change. They change it. They keep it under their pillows. They wait till the end of the month. The cycle repeats. And then we have exchange rate fluctuations. We have inflation. And then none of that translates. The increase in government revenue doesn't seem to translate to increasing expenditure or delivery in public goods. That is the challenge I have with that system. Now there is tax reform. But my challenge is that we don't have a fiscal system that will ensure that we, optimize the benefits that will come from the gains that we're supposed to achieve from the tax reform. Right? I have made this argument in different quarters that Nigeria wasn't really, initially, we seemed to be a tax-paying republic. But that changed, right? With the unification, I think happening in 1966 or thereabout. Okay? So we now have all these, everything collected in one kofa. And centralization, right? Now, it also means that the government, again, when oil price and oil production started to grow, government somehow, decided to turn their face from other sectors of the economy because they could directly access the oil revenue. They didn't really think tax was important. And nobody set up or strengthened the institutions for taxation. Eventually, most Nigerians didn't think paying tax was really something necessary. So for us to really transit to that place where we need to find tax, we voluntarily pay tax. Like people in Sweden, we say that they are happy taxpayers. Before we get there, it will take more than the institutional reforms. There should be a behavioral reform as well. And that will take a whole lot than what is going on now. That is why I think that the record of the tax reform may be muted in the interim. That's my position. Okay? Yeah, but even though government revenue is increasing from more taxes, but we are still borrowing more. Again, that's another conundrum. If you know the reason, please let me know. Okay, so monetary path, yeah, that one is that yeah, I'm fully in support. Okay, we should never think of defending the Naira, never again. All right, so we should allow that reform to take its course in the economy, and let us watch out for. I believe that it will actually improve. In fact, it started yielding fruits. Okay, yeah, in the interim, it is quite challenging, in the sense that we are now competing with the rest of Africa for the grains that we produce in Nigeria. Yeah? The grains in the north are evacuated by the neighboring countries because it is now relatively cheaper to buy them, right? In the past, it was cheaper for us to buy from them. Now it's cheaper for them to buy. So that actually will create, a positive incentive for investors in the agricultural value chain, I suppose, and in logistics. So maybe eventually that will transform into something positive. So we should never go back to the era of defending the Naira. Okay? The market path, the Nigerian Stock Exchange is doing so well. Okay? I think the next thing is for us to be more entrepreneurial and innovative. Find a way to channel the success that we are registering in the stock market to real development. Okay? Then price path, again, inflation. Risk sector. This is the problem. And this is connected with the growth path that I referred to earlier, that 68% of the economy is not growing, stagnating. And then when we talk about that 68%, that is where the MSMEs are. Okay? So the small businesses are more or less in this sector that we are talking about that is stagnating. There is a case study here on, I'll get there. So the summary is that most sectors' performance was below potential, inflation and cost of living crisis, their sustainability and fiscal challenges, and then labor productivity issues. That is a summary of everything that shaped the Nigeria's economy in 2024. Now, going forward, well, this is a case that we're all familiar with, poverty intensification. But like I said, the good, the bad, and the opportunities, let's leave the ugly. Where do we go from here? What I think needs to happen is our cost of governance needs to reduce. We thought that would happen from day one of the current administration, but for some reason, it hasn't happened. And we are seeing somehow the emergence of some new MDAs, right? Instead of consolidation, we are seeing some bit of expansion. So it's not helping matters. Again, another challenge that we have, especially if you are market facing, if you are speaking to foreign investors, you will know that the signals from the government functionaries don't seem to really, induce confidence in the economy. And I think that is the challenge of government. There's nothing that we can do about it apart from, talking and writing and speaking on TV, but it is something that the government needs to really think about. Okay? You can't be saying one thing and doing another. The cost of governance needs to reduce. And then the signal from the government needs to really restore investor confidence in the economy. Yeah. So what's outlook? Cautious optimism. GDP growth ranging between 3 to 3.5%. Yeah. So many other institutions have projected different levels. So there will be moderate recovery in key sectors. But for me, with CPI rebased and with inflation down, if interest rates will come down, right, I believe that we will have more growth, because by the time we projected that the economy will grow between 3 and 3.5% in 2025, we didn't factor in the the reduction, this sharp drop in inflation. We are still expecting that inflation will be around, it will be in the high 30s. But now we are looking at low 20s. So that is net positive for the economy. Let's hope that the CBN will follow this logic to reduce the MPR, monetary policy rate, at their next meeting. Okay? Let's say it comes to 24.5%, which is the inflation rate currently. And then banks, okay, with maybe how many basis points, what do you call it, the asymmetric corridor, maybe plus, minus 100, plus 300 or 500, whatever it is. So we expect that interest rates in the banking sector will come down to around 27, 25, 26%. That, I think, will be more affordable and will really boost the performance of the real sector in 2025. So my hope rests on CBN's reduction of the MPR and the attendant fall in interest rates. Okay, so what else? Got a lot of things here. Like I said, I will just stick to the time allocated to me. There are opportunities in so many sectors. What I want to talk about is the informal sector. Yeah. So, approximately 40 million MSMEs in Nigeria. 89.4% are in the informal economy, right? Informality, market-based, legal production of goods and services hidden from public authorities for monetary, regulatory, or institutional reasons. Okay, so what are the key insights from the informal economy? Average of 250,000, just very small. 70% of informal business owners borrow money for their businesses. Half of the business owners, sorry, that's not so clear. So this just breaks down the informal system into the key business sectors. Retail and general trade were the leading categories in Nigeria's informal economy, containing 24% of all businesses. In addition, food and drinks, fashion and beauty, and agriculture, this category accounts for 58% of all businesses in Nigeria's informal market. So where are those businesses in the informal sector? Mainly in retail and general trade. Again, when it comes to retail and general trade, we are only talking about services. A service-based economy doesn't really enhance productivity, right? So, especially if you consider that countries that have managed to grow at more than 5%, let's say India, for instance, yes, it is service-oriented, but then they also have significant businesses engaged in output, in production, not just service delivery, but in production of real output. And most of them with considerable export potential. The thing about services is that much of what happens there isn't exportable. And in the economic model that we have today, import substituting industrialization has not worked in any economy. What seems to work today is an export-oriented economic industrialization, export orientation. And what is export orientation? That every business needs to be outward looking, need to be searching for new markets. Or I have something on the value chain. I left that because I didn't want to go in that direction. What we have observed is that most Nigerian companies, in fact, almost all, okay, those involved in the real sector have no connection with the global value chain. What do we mean by global value chain? Think of it, this is a phone, right? Manufactured by Samsung. There is no Nigerian company that produces a part that goes into the production of this. And everybody has this. There is no Nigerian firm that has any part that goes into the production of that air conditioner, or that light, or the screen, everything, almost everything here. And that is very disturbing. If you also notice that global business has somehow gone into brands, you have the major brands leading everything. So if you're not participating in any of the value chains, it means that your business has limited scale potential and your economy has very limited growth potential. I think that's the biggest challenge that we have in Nigeria. Over concentration in services, of course, that's the economic structure. That's what it has given to us. But for us to really transform the economy and be able to attain that 5% growth that the president promised, it is important, necessary, that we get linked to the global value chains. How do we get linked to the global value chains? We have to improve our competitiveness. The quality of what we deliver must outcompete those of our peers in the rest of the world. I don't know how that is going to happen, but I think it is the only way we can pursue an export-oriented economy, which is the only thing that can guarantee us growth. Now, for MSMEs, I think there are opportunities in cross-border businesses, especially the informal sector. Although we need to find ways to formalize all of that. I also have that. Cross-border informal businesses within Africa are booming. Okay? Trade between Nigeria and the rest of the West African countries, as well as even in Central Africa. Because if you have had opportunity to be in Senegal, in Cote d'Ivoire in the past 2 years, I also visited the Congo. Now, you will not believe what Nigerians are doing in those places. A lot is going on in cross-border businesses, right? But we have not managed to really generate sufficient data on what drives that market or the dynamics of the informal business. But I believe there is huge opportunities there. That is also buttressed by research I recently concluded for a fintech company. So we did a fintech landscape in Africa. Data from the fintechs, of course, if you really want to know what's happening, you follow the money. So just a 2-year-old fintech, but they're able to close about $60 million worth of transaction on a monthly basis. That's massive. Cross-border, within Africa, not globally. Again, the leading fintech in Africa is on Afrique. They used to be what was their name? MTS Africa, but they changed their name in 2023 to On Afrique. On Afrique massively close transaction among different African countries. The currency corridors are emerging and they are very big, growing on a daily basis. So I believe there is huge opportunities for us to, first of all, if you cannot link to the global value chain, I don't think there is much that will limit us in linking to the intercontinental trade that is happening across Africa. We are a big economy, we have the human resources, and we have a lot of things going on here as well that we can begin to export to the other African countries. I think there's huge opportunities there, right? With that, there is a possibility not only of scaling your businesses, but also of improving competitiveness. Yeah, until you go out there and see what others are doing, probably wouldn't know how you can properly package your businesses for competitiveness. I think, yeah, I want to stick to the time so that I will leave enough time for questions and answers. I have a lot of things on the slide, so you will get access to the slide, and then if you have any questions, please, I'll be available. Thank you.
Once again, please put your hands together for Professor Adi. I knew we were going to have a problem when they asked a professor to speak for 20 minutes. Do you know how long it takes to be a professor? Interesting. Once again, please put your hands together for him. I think that was really an eye-opening session. Yes or no? You know, he was talking about optimism about interest rate coming down. Well, we spoke to the CBN governor on the news last night, and guess what he said? we are still studying the data. And that the CBN is adopting a cautious approach to the rebased inflation. But its expository on Nigeria's export competitiveness is also eye-opening. So I don't know how to feel about it, whether to be optimistic or pessimistic, but I'm sure you have questions. And shortly, I'm going to call on the president of the Alumni Association to take your questions. Good news, everyone. We have some freebies, some gifts. Where are they? Where are the gifts? They're coming. Okay, so I just have about 2 or 3 questions. All you need to do is give me the right answer, and then you'll be going home with these fantastic gifts. Who wants to play a game? Anybody? Or I should pack everything and go? Aha. So, please, some people are already disqualified. They say if you are an ESCO member, you cannot participate. You too, why did you join ESCO? All right, and staff. Okay, but the MC can participate. So if you're interested, I'm just going to ask the question, and then the first to raise their hand will take it. The first question here says, who is or who was the keynote speaker at this event in 2023? Sir, you raised your hand, you now started scratching your head. What happened now? Who was the keynote speaker at the Business Outlook event in 2023? Anybody? You did not come. It wasn't? He said it wasn't me. Okay, you want to try. If you miss it, you have to give me something. Maybe your phone.
Okay, Mr. Body Augusto.
I think he got it. So I'm told that you'll be going home with a brand new car, a brand new toy car that doesn't need petrol. So, but you get your gift before the end of this event. The second question, mention the 3 divisions within Faith Foundation. The 3 divisions within Faith Foundation. Is there an extra mic? Ladies, where are you now? Only the guys are answering the question. All right.
That will be the Faith School, the Faith Institute, and the Faith Giving.
Faith School, Faith Institute, and Faith Giving. Correct or not? Please put your hands together for him. The final question, and this is perhaps the simplest. Who was the Faith Alumni President 2021-2022? Please, can you give the gentleman a mic? I did exercise this morning. I don't want to continue. Hold on, before you give it to him, is there any lady who wants to attempt this question? She's looking like an ESCO member. She's not. Okay.
Max Menkiti.
Max Menkiti. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together. Put your hands together for her now. Are you beefing now? By the way, I introduced Max Menkiti earlier. I saw him walking in the course of the program, past president of the Faith Alumni Community. Please put your hands together for him. Thank you so much for coming. Right now, we're going to have the Q&A session with Professor Bongo Adi. Please, Prof, can you take your seat upstairs? Put your hands together for him. This way, sir. And joining him upstage, ladies and gentlemen, is Madam President Toyi Bakare. Please put your hands together for her.
Okay, thank you so much. Thank you so much, Professor. That was a master class on the macroeconomic activities of the Nigerian economy. And then we took in so much from what you said. One thing we said, what you said was that 2025, seems to be a very positive year. And based on the rebasing and on the much awaited meeting of the NPR community of the NPR meeting from the government. There's just so much that you said. And for me, I saw the opportunities. I don't know how many of you saw the opportunities for us in the informal economy, for the MSMEs, so that all of us are going to take our businesses from local to global. I was very excited about the phone example. Nobody is producing any of the parts. So I think somebody that is thinking should begin to think of how we can begin to collaborate with industry experts and begin to make sure that Nigeria has a lot to offer. So I'm going to start from where do we go from here, sir? I saw that part on your slide, and for me, that was very good. Where do you go from here? The cost of governance needs to be reduced. How do we reduce the cost of governance so that the monetary reforms will succeed, so that we can have a more stable exchange rate, so that the inflation rate, becomes at par? Where do we go from here in practical terms? Thank you very much, Professor.
Thank you very much. Well, it started with cost of governance. I think it has to do with political will. Like I said, there is little that you and I can do about that. It is about the government's decision. I recall there is this Orasanya report, which everybody keeps referring to, which I think government needed to implement. It recommended the merging of several MDAs, as well as maybe somehow doing away with some as well. So that would definitely reduce the cost of governance if we had gone on that path. But I think it's still not late for the government to do that. But again, where do we go from here? We also have low-hanging opportunities in Nigeria. I always like to share the case of Saudi Arabia. 15 years ago, just at about the same time that Indonesia's transformation started, the Saudi government, before then, the Saudi economy was not, yes, they had resources in abundance, oil and gas especially, but the way the economy was managed, it wasn't any different from the way it was done in Nigeria. But somehow the prince woke up one day and decided to do things differently. And then he started to seek input from the rest of the world. He invited opinion leaders, thought leaders in different areas, and they started giving him strategies. So he now empowered Saudi Aramco, their national oil company, and taxed it with the responsibility of growing the economy and transforming the system. Saudi Aramco, went on that, took on that task. Now, in 2023 alone, Aramco registered more than 1,000 patents. I don't know, patents, yes. So I don't know, if you understand what that means. A patent means that you have exclusive rights over a new idea, an invention. So I actually spoke about this last week in a program, graduate trainee, that LBS is doing for NLNG. And then I asked them if they knew how many patents Nigeria registered last year. One of them actually happens to own a patent, and he registered that patent in 2014. He said at the time he registered his patent, his was the only one that year. And then over the previous 7 years, it was just about 6 patents So let's say, okay, in 6 years we have 6 patents. So 6 more years we have another 6. So now, give and take, Nigeria will not have more than 24 patents. Okay? In almost 2 decades. Aramco in 1 year registered 1,000, over 1,000. Now, so when we talk about that, they say, because they have a lot of money. Okay, or their oil production, they produce about 12 to 14 million barrels per day, and the cost of production is less than $10 per barrel. Well and good, but it's all about proper management. Now, again, something about Aramco, I'm going somewhere. Last year, precisely in June last year, they went on secondary listing, so they wanted to sell 0.7, not 1%, not 7%, 0.7 stake of government-owned shares in Aramco. And they were going to sell it they were looking for $13 billion. It was oversubscribed in 2 hours. That is a national oil company, right? Their oil is dirtiest in the world. I mean, dirty as in dirty. So when you're talking about decarbonization and all of that, those are the oil you don't want to touch. But the technology they use to produce it is the cleanest globally. That is why every investor is going for their shares. So we have a low-hanging fruit in oil and gas. That's what I'm trying to say. We have not optimized our resources in oil and gas, right? We are allowing that to waste. I think that if we can optimize what we have in oil and gas, that's our lowest hanging fruit. We will actually have enough capital to now begin to pursue the diversification agenda. Because diversification is quite expensive, right? So it's not going to happen by the micro and small and medium scale businesses. No, they are not the ones that can diversify the economy. It is a governmental imperative.
Thank you so much, sir. I think we need to actually have a special masterclass for those in the oil and gas so that we can lay hold of this low-hanging fruits. And let's look at Saudi Arabia having 1,000 patents and Nigeria. Those are, so I wrote it down now. Time to register some new patents. So you said a lot, and I'm just, some questions have already come in. And you said something. You said the retail and general trade were the leading categories in Nigeria, and because a lot of us here are entrepreneurs. So you said we must participate in the value chain for us to transform the economy. Says let us get linked to this global value chain by investing in quality and excellence. That for me is so important. And the question here is that, what is your top advice for businesses aiming to thrive in 2025?
Okay, again, let me go back to Aramco. The 1,000 patents, or more than 1,000 patents of 2023, I don't know how much they registered, how many they registered in 2024. The data is not yet out. They did that by partnership. So it's not as if the Saudi citizens are so innovative more than Nigerians. But they put themselves in the line of sight of any technological advancement or innovation coming up in anywhere in the world. So for instance, if PhD students are defending, doing their viva in any university in Europe or the UK or in America, Saudi Aramco agent is there listening in to know if that idea has some commercial viability, right? If it has any promise, they immediately partner with the owner, they register it, and then they own the right to maybe commercialize the innovation at some point in the future. So I think partnership is something that we seem to downplay in this part of the world. There is no way you can get into the value chain, you can't scale without partnership. Even let's start from Africa, right? Let's identify the businesses in other African countries or individuals with influence, market influence in those countries that we can link up with and begin to assess those markets. Like I said, except you have your products or your services out there globally, you wouldn't actually get the ideas on, building, engendering excellence in your own product or service.
So, what I can take away from what Prof has said is we must all learn to come into partnerships. We must learn to come into collaborations. We must learn to strive for excellence. You must do your business so excellently well that the international community will be ready to collaborate with you. And the next question I ask here is, because when we talk about collaborations, when we talk about partnerships, we have to look at funding as well. So what is the outlook for funding opportunities in 2025? And what alternative financing options should businesses explore? Because all of us here are definitely going global. We're going to come into collaborations with Samsung, with Apple. We are a country that has the people, the numbers. And so we want to see how we can all scale. Because now we're looking at the opportunities. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. I mean, that's a very difficult one. Yeah, the other questions are easier. Again, so if you go through my presentation, that study on the informal economy, you will notice that the biggest challenge that small businesses face is access to finance. Okay, access to finance. Yeah, and there is something about us. Nigeria's economy is big, but then financial debt, well, I won't even talk about financial debt. I will only talk about financial shallowness because there's no depth in our financial system. So what do I mean by that? How do we even measure financial debt? If we put monetary money supply, total money in circulation, if you add it to our market capitalization and our external reserve, so measure of liquidity, measure of market capitalization and the external reserve, put that together, you will see that it is very low. I just mentioned Saudi Arabia. The external reserve is in trillions of dollars, so we can't even go there. Let's go to South Africa. Our market capitalization is about 68.5 trillion and we are happy, but check out South Africa. How many firms are listed on South African bourse? It's more than close to 500. In Nigeria, if you take away Dangote, you already have slashed it by 50%, right? So it's not deep. Now, again, the banks, if you put together all the banks in Nigeria, so their market size relative to others in Africa is also very small, okay? So there is dearth of formal capital. Perhaps we may begin to look at informal sources, and then are there strong informal financing sources in Nigeria? Yes, there are, but because they are not formalized, so access is limited. I know for sure that the businessmen in Alaba International Market, they have very easy ways they can access finance from among themselves. So what do they call that? Cross-leveraging. It's very easy for them to do. But because there is no formal structure to that, so it's not open to, to everybody. But if we wait to, raise capital from the financial system in Nigeria, it is quite challenging. Not when interest rate is up to 30%. So that cannot work. So that's why I said this is a difficult question. I'm afraid that I can't answer that.
But we're full of optimism. If there was one word I kept on hearing from your presentation, you kept on talking about resilience.
Yes.
You kept on talking about resilience. And I believe that we're in a room here full of entrepreneurs that have been very resilient. And I'll take a cue. You talked about the fashion, the beauty, just talking about the opportunities. A week ago, I was in Paris for an exhibition, for global sourcing. And, we had exhibitors from over 1,000 exhibitors. But the interesting part that there was no exhibitor from Africa.
Not from Nigeria.
Not from Nigeria. I'm not even talking about Nigeria, from Africa. So I'm challenging us here in this room that we have opportunities in the global market. People are interested in our fashion. People are interested in our music. And I'm going to take two more questions. And the final question, the second to the last question I'll ask is, what risk management strategies would you recommend for businesses to build resilience in 2025? Then we'll take 1 or 2 questions from our online viewers as well.
Yeah, so the major sources of risk will be in Nigeria today. One is inflation. The other one is the exchange rate. Of course, when inflation is high, which eats away at purchasing power, then businesses also face demand risk. Demand risk because of eroded purchasing power, demand for their services or their products will reduce. So how do you hedge against inflation? How do you hedge against exchange rates? How do you hedge against demand risk? Now, these are not very easy things to handle, especially for small businesses. Hedging opportunities are not so strong in Nigeria, right? So, but again, the financial system also, when you look at the financial instruments, I doubt there are anyone that you can really assess at the micro and small business. If it's for big projects, yes, I know that you can easily have all those instruments, because without them in the first place, you can't raise financing. So those are kind of built into them. But for small businesses, it's quite a bit of a challenge. But I think the best thing to do is to, be aware of the operating environment, okay? Always, have an understanding of the key macroeconomic indicators, because that will help you to plan very well. So just as we are talking about this now, the inflation rate. So there's the likelihood that, well, I don't know if they will change the data, but I don't see that happening. So if the CBN works with the new data from the Bureau of Statistics, so it means that they definitely will have to reduce the interest rates. So if interest rate goes down, then I think that's an opportunity for business. So being aware of the macroeconomic indicators, understanding how to read them, will help us to do better planning.
Okay, thank you so much, sir. And from what Prof said, he said, let us be aware of our operating economy. Let us be aware of the macroeconomic indices. Let's also remember that at Faith Foundation, we've done a lot of research for the growing businesses. There's a lot of resource in Faith Foundation for entrepreneurs. I'd like to take a question here. It says, for the events management sector, could you please share insights on how one can leverage in this cross-border business? Because you mentioned cross-border business and how, there are a lot of low-hanging fruits there as well within the West African region in the area of events and trainings generally, because we have a lot of entrepreneurs, in that space here.
Yeah, so the first thing is language. Language, yes. So, yes, cross-border business opportunities abound, but then the limiting factor is the linguistic fragmentation that you have in the West African region. So you need to know a little bit of French, right? So if you're going to play in Cote d'Ivoire or Senegal, right, or Togo, I think it's important to have that linguistic flexibility. But beyond that, again, I've already mentioned the partnership, right? So one thing I have noticed about us in Nigeria is that we seem to be so focused on what goes on here. Listen to the radio, listen to the watch the news, you would hardly get any bites from what's going on in our neighborhood. Everybody's talking about Nigeria from morning to the evening. So nobody really talks about what's going on in those other countries. I think the first thing we need to do is to raise our awareness of the business opportunities in those countries. Maybe take a trip, right, to Ghana, take a trip to Sierra Leone, okay? Or just go to Alaba International Market or any of the major markets in Nigeria. You will see the number of trucks and the number of individuals who come from those other countries for different businesses. Perhaps that would be a window of opportunity for us to understand what is going on there and see how we can, leverage opportunities in those countries. So partnership is still the key to the sector event management that you mentioned.
Okay, so partnership, language. Let's go and learn the language. Bonjour. So let's be international. Let's go. Let's be creative. Let's think outside the box. I'm coming from a country where all they spoke was French, and I had to parler anglais. Because when they're speaking in French, I'll say, je parle anglais. Then they will say, I don't understand. I said, but you're speaking English now. But for me, it's a challenge. I'm going to learn French. There are so many apps online. So that's just by the side. And the final conversation and final question will be, what would be the impacts of interest rate reductions versus current money markets, pensions and investments? How long can the current process be sustained? Because we're all looking at sustainability. You know, we're looking for a stable interest rate. We're tired of the fluctuations. So how long can this current process be sustained for us as entrepreneurs and economists as well?
Yeah, so I think the challenge that we've had, the biggest problem, not just Nigeria, but every global economy has faced since COVID-19 and the 2022 Russian invasion of Ukraine, has been inflation. So it's just not just Nigeria. So countries have faced that volatility in inflation. And once you have inflation, like I mentioned, it's one of the big macroeconomic issues. So if you have inflation, the monetary policy managers will always be looking for ways to rein it in. And it doesn't work automatically. So it takes some time. So I think we're at the end of the lag effect, you know, of that volatility. That's why I'm happy with this rebased GDP. So that has opened up a new conversation. So with the CBN stick to their hawkish monetary stance of 27.5% MPR, okay, which is also, of course, that's a benchmark rate. So I don't see that happening. So if they bring it down, that will force rates to normalize. So with that normalization, I again don't see that rapid fluctuation in inflation figures going into, but of course we have the natural inflation volatility, not volatility, fluctuation, which happens during the farming season, which driven by the food aspect of inflation. But beyond that, I think things are gradually coming to the stable region.
So thank you so much, sir. And you know, in adding to what Prof said, you know, on Monday I was somewhere in Europe, and all I kept on hearing from all our foreign suppliers, because we are looking at bringing industry into Nigeria, coming into collaborations, coming into partnerships, and all they kept on saying was, we're hearing good reports about Nigeria. We're hearing that your economy has stabilized. We're hearing that we'll begin to do business with you people again. So I just want us to know that there's a lot of information that has happened in this room. I want us to go back and get into partnerships, into collaborations. Let's remember that we all have to continue to remain resilient. Let's look at the good, the bad, and the opportunities. Let's give a big round of applause to Professor once again. Thank you so much for your time, for the master class. I want to know that the slides will also be available so that we can all go back and work on our businesses. Thank you so much.
Once again, can we please put our hands together for them? Madam President, perhaps we should give you a job at TVC because you anchored that Q&A very, very well. Once again, put your hands together for her. All right, so since we have started French class, comment allez-vous? You know, I attended a public secondary school in Ekiti State, and we had fantastic French teachers, but we didn't take them seriously. In fact, we thought that French class was a taboo. So we'll say, French is a decade. Arakara. Timama ogbo, tiya ogbo, towa fagidi kowa ni sukuru. So we missed out on that opportunity, but thank you for sharing. Once again, please put your hands together for them. So while we were doing all of that, we had a distinguished personality walk into this place, former director and member of the board of Faith Foundation. He was the pioneer director general of the Nigerian Pension Commission, PENCOM, and currently president of the Society for Corporate Governance Nigeria. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Mr. Mohammed Ahmad. Mr. Ahmad, please find your way to the front for a picture. Yes. Keep clapping until he gets here. Joining us for the picture is also the Executive Director, Faith Foundation, Adenike Adeyemi. Please put your hands together. Please, can you rise for pictures? And also, let's Mr. Adibamba also join them. And our program manager, please join them. Our senior programs manager, Faith School, join them for the picture. All right, ladies and gentlemen, while they are doing that, let us take our own pictures. We are not going to be Ladies and gentlemen, are you with me? Let's do something for the gram. I'm going to ask you how the event is going, and you're going to tell me, you're going to respond on camera. Can we do that? Ladies and gentlemen, how's this event going for you? Wait. They will think that the event is not going on well. You will talk very great, fantastic. Some of you will throw up your chairs and say, wow, I have never attended an event like this before. It's Graham that we're talking about now. Are you ready now? Okay, wait. I will say, how is this MC doing? You will say, it's doing very great. Is it not a business connection meeting that we are in? Let my business sell now. Are we together? 1, 2, 3, go. Ladies and gentlemen, how is this MC doing? Once again, I didn't hear you clearly. How is this MC doing? Put your hands together for yourselves. Guess what? I did not record it. I'm just kidding, I did. All right, let's move on very quickly, ladies and gentlemen. Up next, we're going to have a presentation of the Faith Business Outlook Journey highlights. Please put your hands together for our Senior Programs Manager, Faith School, Oluwaseun Shone. Please make her feel welcome.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. How are we all feeling? I need more energy, more energy. E for energy. How are you all feeling? Okay, so thank you all very much for being here. This is an event, and it's one that we're very, very proud of. It's been 10 years of learning, 10 years of growing literally, starting from our first office in Ijora Olopa. That was where we had the first one. And then we grew. We moved to Ajipol at Muzon Center. And then we got a better location. I'm sure, how many of us have been to our head office now? In Town Planning Way. You love our learning space, right? Fantastic. So we moved there again. And we had our 2023 business outlook there. And we outgrew the space. And then because we wanted to accommodate the growth, then we moved to this place. It's been an amazing journey. We have a lot of entrepreneurs in this room who we are very proud of, who have been able to, over the years, take the insights that they've learned from listening to professors like Professor Bongo, the late Olabode Augusto, and they've been able to take those insights and replicate it into their businesses. I want to say that we're very proud. We have so many of them here in the room. I don't want to put spotlights on them, but I think we can do it better by showing you how far we've come. So please join us as we take you on our 10-year journey.
You've seen when our economy had grown for 10 years, but people were still left poor.
Our tax system seems to be oppressive. There's so many multiple taxes that people pay, especially businesses.
There's no one journey that takes an SME to the final destination.
You've seen when our economy had grown for 10 years, but people were still left poor.
Our tax system seems to be oppressive. There's so many multiple taxes that people pay, especially businesses.
There's no one journey that takes an SME to the final destination.
You see, it's very important, that outlook. It gives a lot of information, but in a way that is simplified.
It is a beneficial conversation that provides insights, that provides direction, that is then actionable.
Over the last 10 years, the Nigerian business landscape has evolved greatly. We have seen that the economy, the businesses have diversified consciously and also largely supported by the government into non-oil sectors. We cannot underestimate the evolution, the growth of the creative sector. Also, the important and impactful work that is being done and has been done and is still being done by organizations like the Faith Foundation cannot be underestimated.
In December 2015, a few things were very important around Alumni Matters. When we brought alumni members together, they talked about what they really liked in terms of information and knowledge that they got from Faith. But then the other thing was that there was now an evolving awareness of the significant knowledge gap that a lot of our entrepreneurs had around the macroeconomics dynamics that started to affect their businesses. And so we were intentional to say, let's bring in an expert, but make sure that that expert is not just able to talk about the macroeconomic outlook nationally and internationally, but break down the concepts that provides a macroeconomic overview of the country, contextualizing it, and then letting entrepreneurs glean from that information to then apply it and build and run their strategy for the year. And that is what has and continues to inform our business outlook 10 years on.
The whole idea of the Faith Business Outlook is to provide a platform where we can use our experience to explain what the economy has in stock for entrepreneurs. It's to look at situations that we find ourselves in terms of goods and services being delivered to entrepreneurs from vendors and see what those insights, what those learning points, what those gems are. So it's very much to take the information that we have and then project it. And that's why it's an outlook.
After we had that January 2016 one of the feedback we got around areas of improvement was we needed more time to deep dive into certain aspects that were a bit more consistent across all our SMEs. And part of the evolution for the second and third one was that we then need to bring in some interaction to it. And then a third evolution came when we then said, we needed to also bring government people within the room so that you're also having a government person also hearing from the pain points of entrepreneurs. So share the data, share how it then applies to strategy, but then do deep dives, which would usually happen in the panel session, bringing in people who were experts in the main issue areas. So regulation and tax was something that we consistently had somebody to speak on, and then access to finance. And then the fourth evolution was then also bringing in entrepreneurs into that conversation so that they could then share, particularly from industry view and industries that are strongly represented within our alumni community.
If Nigeria does the right things, Nigeria can attract foreign exchange.
Even the agriculture sector is not good news. I get shocks from people when I say this, because that's contrary to what you have been told.
The Faith Business Outlook has remained relevant because we pride ourselves at maintaining the strategic partnerships we have with key industry players who have that foresight and in-depth knowledge which we want to and have consistently exposed our entrepreneurs to.
The Faith Business Outlook has contributed to entrepreneurs and business owners understanding the business outlook and also help them to better deliver with their businesses because it provides macro insights and foresights. It also analyzes key economic indicators in a way that the average business person, the average entrepreneur will understand.
I remember clearly
the one I attended last year, Mr. Lebute, he spoke in such a way that we understood the reality of what was on ground, but we also left there with a lot of hope, realizing that Nigeria was definitely not finished, and that as an entrepreneur, there's so much that one could achieve if one had the necessary tools and information and had the right people around you.
We are really big and intentional about ensuring our entrepreneurs build the right connections while they are fostering collaboration. When we engage with them post the event, you find out that the feedback we consistently get is, oh, I left inspired.
I was overwhelmed with the amount of information that they had to give. Mr. Augusto did a very great thing, and the realities of how, our day-to-day policies by government actually affect us as businesses.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. I think it's something when you do something for a decade, and that for each point, it gets bigger and richer, and we get more feedback on how to contribute to make it more beneficial to much more diverse and broad range segments.
When I think about the Faith Alumni Executive, which is a 7-man executive that drive the leadership of the community, they've really grown over the years and have done a lot of impactful work. And that forum at the annual alumni general meeting is where they get to set the tone and share their strategies for implementation to the members of the community who they are leading. We envision that the Faith Business Outlook becomes an event that is of national standard, where we have entrepreneurs across Nigeria participating in this event and bringing it to the level of a Pan-African event, where we have entrepreneurs from other African countries participating in it, because at the end of the day, we have one primary goal, which is to ensure that we create an ecosystem that is not only sustainable, but one that is conducive for businesses to continue to thrive.
Ladies and gentlemen, that doesn't sound like a round of applause worthy of a 10-year achievement. They say that when you have done something effectively for 3 years, you become skilled, right? That when you do it for 5 years, you become an expert. But having done it for a decade, you have become an authority. Please put your hands together for Faith Business Outlook. They have become an authority. So how's the event going for you? Let me ask your neighbor, how's it going? Have you learned something today? Have you learned something today? What response are you getting? What response are you getting? Is it a yes or a no? All right. Because if it is a no, we are ready to pay you for your time. We're gradually approaching the crescendo of this event. We're going to have a panel session shortly, and I want you to pay rapt attention because we have some distinguished panelists who are going to be answering some very fundamental questions that I believe are key to our business growth. So please pay rapt attention. However, we still have more gifts to hand out. So we have given, I think 3 people won in the first phase, right? So we have 3 more questions for you to win. And these questions are very simple, right? All you just need to do is to have paid some rapt attention in the course of this event. So, question number 1. What is the name of this year's keynote speaker? And what school is he from? It's too simple. I will change that question. All right. Who wants to attempt it? You must know how to pronounce it very well. And you must tell me what state it's from. I'm just kidding. Please give her, yes, give her a mic. What's the keynote speaker's name?
Okay, his name is Professor Bongo Adi from the Lagos Business School.
He's a professor of what?
But he's a professor of economics.
Of what?
Economics.
Is it economics or economic development? I'm just kidding. Put your hands together for her. She got it. She got it. All right. We're turning attention now to the panel session. We're going to hand out more gifts in the course of this program. I'm going to be introducing, I will call on the moderator who will then introduce the panelists. This interactive panel session promises to be eye-opening. I'm hoping that you'll pay rapt attention, and it's going to hold for just 20 minutes max. Please put your hands together for Elizabeth Oladipo from the 07 Global Solutions Limited, our moderator for this session. Please put your hands together for her. You can do better than that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Good morning, everyone. That energy is low. Good morning, everyone. It's an absolute pleasure to welcome you all to this panel session at the 10th Faith Foundation Business Outlook. My name is Elizabeth Oladipo, a proud Faith alumni. And yes, I'll be your moderator today. For the past decade, this platform has been more than just a conference. It's been a catalyst for growth, for resilience, and for innovation. You know, the insights that have been shared here have shaped businesses. It has inspired bold decisions, and it has actually equipped entrepreneurs, to turn, their insights into actions. Today's conversation will focus on how to adapt to change, how to build strong collaborative networks, and how to turn insights into real, measurable business growth. And with me, I have an amazing, outstanding lineup of speakers that I'll be introducing to us. First, we have Dr. Samson Oyenekon, who is a business coach and social impact leader that is driving entrepreneurship and community development through the Ilera Fagba Foundation, which has provided free eye screenings and prescription glasses to over 30,000 beneficiaries across Nigeria and Togo. I expect that we are clapping for Dr. Samson as he comes up stage. Welcome. Next, we have Mrs. Adebukola Baroa, a finance expert and the CEO of Yembar Ventures that is pioneering what? Yes, she's pioneering wax crayon innovation in educational accessories manufacturing while championing sustainability and mentorship. She's also known as Madam. Thank you. And finally, we have the super amazing engineer Mustafa, who is a seasoned expert in automated security systems and industrial electronic controls. He has over 2 decades of leadership in this field. As CEO of Cons Engineering, he plays a pivotal role in advancing security solutions across multiple industries. A round of applause for our amazing panelists as I join them on stage. Thank you very much. A round of applause for our panelists once more. Oh, thank you all once again for being here. I'm going to start this question with Dr. Oyenekon. I'd like to begin with you. So Business Outlook is known for its forward-thinking insights. So can you share a moment when something you learned at the Business Outlook directly influenced a major decision in your business? And what impact did it have?
Okay, thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. The energy is dropping. Good morning, everybody. Good morning. Okay, so it's been a journey with Faith Foundation. I imagine if I didn't go to university, I would have said Faith Foundation is my university, because the journey started about 14 years ago at Water Corporation, when Osai Alele Oriene was the executive director, and it's been an interesting journey. Now, for the Business Outlook, I attended 2 years ago, 2023, and what I learned fosters on collaboration. It fosters on partnership. And that's why we have decided to partner with Faith Foundation 2 years running to offer free services for those that have challenges with their sites. More importantly, I discovered that Faith Foundation is a family that connects directly. They may not remember your name, but they know what you do, and they encourage you to the core. They are always there for you. For the Business Outlook, I have discovered that it's not business as usual. It's usually an opportunity for you to learn, relearn, and unlearn.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyenekon. It's always incredible to see how collaboration and insight, can shape an entire business journey. So I'll go to Madam BBC. Economic volatility is something every business must contend with. You agree with me that Nigerian entrepreneurs, we need a special place in heaven. So based on your experience, what insights from Business Outlook have helped you stay resilient and adaptable in the face of global economic shifts?
Good morning, everybody. It's a pleasure to be here once again. And each time I come for the Outlook, I'm always renewed. You understand, in terms of I look at myself and I ask myself, this is another year. So I try to listen to what happens in the Outlook before I plan my year. For me, I think the 2021 virtual actually made an impact to me, because for 2020, we actually started commercial production, and we were now shut down for 1 whole year. So it was like 2021, what Mr. Oyedele and Yewande spoke about actually was really, really an eye-opener for me. And that was what they talked about: increasing your market size, exporting through the AFTA. Then Oyedele talked about the fact that you needed to be any challenge that comes your way was to be seen as an opportunity. So that's 2 things I've always driven whatever I did. Yes, I'm a pioneer in wax manufacturing. There was an issue of us getting our son, SON. That alone was like climbing the Mount Everest. You understand? And each time I spoke at places, the next thing the Sun people will say, that woman, yes, I know her. And I'm like, yes, you know me, but you've not done what I want. You understand? So it was now like each time they saw me, some of them will now say, okay, see me behind, but don't talk. You understand? So it was something that kept going. And because I knew from the Business Outlook I normally come for, that whatever you're going through, you're not new to, everybody goes through it, but it depends on how it shapes you. You understand? Yes, somebody also asked me one question again and said, so if you don't have SON, you don't have a business, Abi? So I had to go back, redefine my segmented market, and I asked myself, prioritize it. So take the ones that don't need SON. You understand? Sell in those markets. And unfortunately, as at the time they gave me that son last year, September, they now told me that they were going to do a drive, that for every supermarket, every product on every supermarket shelf, they were going to use son as a yardstick. And I said, wow. So business outlook most times prepare you for so many things that comes your way during the year. Thank you.
Amazing. That's a great perspective on how you're able to redefine your market segment. Now let's shift to another key aspect of business growth, which is balancing innovation with risk. Engineer Mustafa, so we know that sustaining and scaling a business requires careful risk management while staying innovative. How has business outlook influenced your approach to this balance, and what impact has it had on your growth?
Thank you very much. Good morning, everybody. Business Outlook is actually a powerful tool to start your year. And it helps you to come in with your innovation strategy for the year, your risk assessment to analyze your risk and also know the mitigation so that you can be well prepared and at the same time to know how to sustain your business. And when you looked at all this, it helps you to reshape your business and to also let you know your challenges ahead of time and prepare for them. So it's about preparedness. Yes, when you listen to business outlook, it's a bit scary because it's like in Nigeria, everything is not encouraging. But you see, it's a challenge and helps you to know. For me, I have this opportunity of every year I looked at what are the things that are failing. I'm in the security business. And I looked at what are other challenges. Like I see opportunity in so many ways, why the challenges are also there. I have seen some opportunities in the banking sector. You looked at what are the challenges they're having, and also looked at them, even though in the power industry, there are challenges, and there are low-hanging fruit everywhere. If you also looked at in your environment, there are a lot of challenges, and you can also see low-hanging too. Crime rate is going up. Yes, it's reducing now, but for the fact that everybody wants to secure, I also see opportunities there. Every estate feel insecure. Those are opportunities. And you also looked at that globally. The whole world are looking at Nigeria. Africans are looking at Nigeria. A lot of opportunities. People are coming looking for how to invest in Nigeria. Also create collaboration opportunities. So, but you have to ensure that you stabilize yourself. You are bold enough to say you can do it, and you have to work towards it. There has to be a feasible strategy to achieve those goals, even though we are scared. And you continuously reshape your strategy, reevaluate, re-strategize to ensure that you can get to destination. You might get the 100%, 80%. You can even exceed sometime. For example, I've seen an opportunity here now. The exchange is probably going to, the lender is probably going to come down. This is an opportunity. So we should be able to meet our goals for the year or possibly exceed with this exchange rate coming down. Yes, lending rate is actually lending is discouraging to entrepreneur. This is our opportunity. Somebody should come up with how can we encourage entrepreneur? How can we open a lending rate that will be secure for entrepreneur? You can do a JV, you can do anything. Thank you.
Amazing. Thank you very much, engineer. So it's clear from our conversation so far that insights gained from Business Outlook don't just stay in this room. They translate into real business impact. That brings us to our next discussion, where we would take, how we take what we've learned and turn into a framework for real business growth. Dr. I'll start with you. In your in your experience, what specific strategies or frameworks from the Business Outlook have you implemented to address a significant business challenge? And more importantly, how do you measure its success and make adjustments?
Thank you for that question. Now, the challenges we had was growth, expansion, when we started initially. And it's been interesting to know that we started just 2 years ago. We started this foundation 2 years ago to celebrate my 40th birthday. And interestingly, we've been to about 30 states of Nigeria. And of course, we've been to Togo 2 times last year. And what we adopted was to get people on board, people of like minds. And I'm happy to let you know that in this room this morning, we have our vice board chair, in person of Coach Olabisi Shotunde. She's the Vice Board Chair of Ilera Fagba Foundation. We have our Chief Operating Officer, a Director, a retired Human Resource Personnel from Lagos State Government, Mr. Oluwaseyi Puton, is also in this room. We also have in this room this morning our rugged and not tired consultant, Dr. Rimvie Nimiel Jesse, is also in this room. Now, we decided to do this because we needed to move. And Business Outlook has made us to understand that if you want to grow, you need to move with those that are in the industry. I mean, Coach BC is a very, very busy person. But trust me, she picks my calls at 1 a.m. So I give that to Faith Foundation. What it means is that Faith Foundation is walking the talk. It's not about talking, it's about practicalizing what you say. You know, I remember, was it January last year when she was on board to London for a program, and I was chatting with her, and she just said, okay, I'll get back to you. And she indeed got back to me. So I'd like everybody to help me celebrate Coach BC in the house this morning.
Yes, thank you very much. And we celebrate you, Coach BC. Now, beyond strategies.
Beyond strategy, what's the next?
Yes. So we're going to move to Madam BBC for the next question. So beyond strategy, sometimes a single lesson or mindset shift can be the game changer for a business. Madam BBC, reflecting on your journey, what has been the most transformative lesson you've taken away from Business Outlook? And how can attendees turn similar insights into real, lasting impact?
Okay, for me, I think transformative, plenty. But I'll say one thing. I've learned that in every situation you find yourself, the easiest way, usually, we don't look at it. Now, what do I mean? Now, you know, as a doctor, you will say, you come, you diagnose, and you ask yourself, what are the symptoms and everything. But most of us, as manufacturers, SMEs, really, we look at it from the point of difficult, you know, it's so difficult in that there's too many, how do I start this? It becomes overwhelming. So what I have taken out of every time I come for Business Outlook is that they will tell me that the exchange rate is up, GDP is this, that is that, and I ask myself, how does that affect Crayon? You understand me? But one thing I always say is that each of those things, put it in a simple way, and that's what they explained to us. You see, all those things Professor said, I was talking to the person beside me, I said, this is Professor English. Now when I get back, I will look at those slides one after the other, and I'll put it beside it. Crayon, how does it affect it? Food, how does it affect it? Clothing, and that is the way you will now be able to put it in actionable strategies. And you see, for me, Business Outlook, when we all come here, we listen, we don't write. Do you understand? And most of the time, we need to put these things in bullet points and say, 1, 2, 3, how do I achieve it? And you find out that within the course of the year, Faith Foundation will take all these bullet points and they will construct it into either one workshop, one fireside chat. I don't miss it. Now, it's not as if I'm not busy, but I create time for everything because you really don't know when that wow effect will come.
Yes.
That's just it.
Amazing. A round of applause for Madam BBC. I mean, that you made a valid point, itemizing what works for you and then taking them into action. So because when you translate your lessons into action, that's where the real impact is. And one of the biggest drivers of business success is not just knowledge, right? It's the power of collaboration and networking. Now, Engineer Mustafa, you've worked on major projects across industries. Can you share an instance where a connection or a partnership from Business Outlook led to a major business breakthrough for you?
Thank you. Well, I must say everything. I would say what I even do today actually come up from here, actually. And my takeaway for last year was to ensure that you sustain your business and remain in business last year and reduce your cost of doing business or maintain it, keep your staff, and do less importation for last year. Like I do on like 100% importation, so I do stock holding. So because last year exchange was very fluctuating, but my thinking, the second outlook I'm listening to this year, and my takeaway this year is, if you survive last year, you are going to you are going to grow this year. But your growth is determined on what strategy you put in place. Meaning that this year, competition has reduced internally, recognition has increased externally. A lot of people are looking for to partner with Nigerian business. So your image branding is actually very important. Your accessibility to funds, to be able to fund new business and new opportunities is also very important. So liquidity is important. So you have to, if you don't have enough liquidity, you have to look for how to collaborate. You don't have to own all the business. Collaborate and ensure that you are ready for opportunities that are looking up to us in Nigeria. And those are things I take away from business outlook.
If I heard you clearly, say what you do started from here.
Well, I started business when I was a bit young, and the first entrepreneur business I attended was Fifth. That was about maybe two decades ago or so. And from there I went to help BS. And when I was doing business beyond enterprising and I need to register a limited liability, the first place I came to is here. And I realized that one of the things I need to do is to put structure in place and to separate myself from business. And I've been trying to sustain that for quite a while. Thank you.
Now you see the value that Faith Foundation gives. Please, a round of applause for our panelists. We've had valuable insights from them, but the impact of Business Outlook goes beyond this stage. You know, to highlight this, I would like to invite someone from the audience to briefly share how attending this Business Outlook has directly contributed to their business growth. So someone from the audience who would like to share. Oh, awesome. Please, a round of applause for one of our amazing members of the audience.
Hello.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. My name is Celestina Otoro, the CEO of Katina Ventures. And what we do is interior decoration using African indigenous raw materials to create innovative products. And we are the pioneer of African Adire blinds. So for the outlooks, I've attended almost all the outlooks. And the one of 2023.
Are we clapping or not?
Yes, almost all. I think I only missed only one. But the one of 2023 was the one that really made an impact on me. I was going through some challenges over loss of property, and Faith Foundation is not just like an entrepreneurial space for me, it's home to me. They are family, because they are really interested in what you're doing. And I thank you so much for your undying love for alumni. And
thank
people
you.
will come to you. So for that, Mrs. Eime Atetola Aibebe for tax Promax, she talked about tax, she's a tax consultant. And she talks so much about tax, and that time I'm always having issues. I don't really understand it. But after our insight of tax, because I'm the one that, what's tax? They are not doing anything for us now. Why are we paying money? But she gave us insight why it's so important to be compliance and do all that. And immediately after attending that 2003 business outlook, I went straight to start looking at my business, and I make sure that I'm tax compliance. And now I'm on tax promo max. So I can actually do my return.
Amazing.
Just doing it online. So that's what business outlook really helps me to do.
Thank you very much. A round of applause for Mrs. Celestina. Thank you for sharing your story. That's an inspiring one. It's a great reminder what connection, what Faith Foundation can do for us. How many people have joined any of the faith-free consultations before here? None of us. You've not joined the free consultations for your business. You should. Every week, there's a free, you know how much we pay for such services, but Faith Foundation gives entrepreneurs free consultations every week. You should plug in. As we wrap up our discussion, I would like us to focus on how first-time attendees can move beyond inspiration and turn what they learned today into real business growth. So, Dr. Oyenekon, from your experience, right, what practical steps can first-time attendees take to ensure that they don't just leave here inspired? Because in all honesty, we don't want to do perspire to aspire here. How can we ensure that we don't leave here just inspired, but actually apply these insights to scale our businesses?
Okay, thank you. For first attendees, the first thing I want you to look at is the good, the bad, and the opportunities. What is the good in your business? And what challenges are you experiencing? The opportunities are here in this room. Now, what are the opportunities? Network. Network with people that aligns with the business you do. How? First and foremost, introduce yourself. My name is Samson Uyunekon. This is what I do. After the person reciprocates, you have an idea of what solution the person is going to bring to the problem you have. How the person is going to solve your problem. For example, if I meet, say, Mr. Bambo, just for example, and I say, my name is Samson Uyunekon, and he says, okay, and I've been seeing the pictures, I've been seeing the flyers. The next thing that comes to mind is, oh, I need to enroll. I need to follow up with this man. I need to give him a call. I need to send a text. And please, when you are networking, don't say, good morning, how are you doing? How was your night? Just go straight to the point. That's what Business Outlook is all about. Business Outlook is all about taking your business to the next level. If you want your business to go to the next level, you are in this right place at the right time, doing the right thing. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Oyenekon. That's a powerful perspective. Building on that, Madam BBC, mindset plays a huge role in how we absorb and implement new knowledge, right? What approach would you recommend to ensure that attendees extract the most value from these events and turn insights into actionable strategies?
My advice would be very, and I want us to have a very open mind. You see all this grammar, these slides. I'm very sure those slides are almost 67 slides. Just have an open mind. You understand? Nigeria is not going to collapse once you leave this room. Do you understand? Your business will still be there. But the only thing you need to do to make that business different is from those bullet points that you have jotted down. Do you understand? Take 3 of those bullet points and now put them into days. We have 52 weeks, right? You're going to tell yourself, in the remaining, of course, we've done like 6 weeks. The remaining weeks, we'll now put them into those weeks. And you now take it one after the other. I didn't say days, I said weeks. Why? So that on every Saturday, as you're going to those Owambes, you will be asking yourself, how does this Owambe affect my business? Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Madam BBC. Now, beyond insights, relationships are key to business success. I know we've talked about collaboration a lot. Engineer Mustafa, how can first-time attendees strategically build meaningful connections? I'm not talking about sharing Instagram handle and LinkedIn profiles here. How can we strategically build meaningful connections that can lead to long-term opportunities?
Meaningful connection started by being true to yourself. If you are here, you should be here with a mission. You have to have a goal, and your goal must be cleared. If it's not cleared, discuss with people that could make it clear. And you have to have a good resilience with a lot of determination to achieve your goal. People can only advise, they can't do it for you. So you're listening and not giving up, because every strategy that was advised might not work for you. But being resilient and trying again, never give up and believing in yourself that you can do it. And don't ever forget to ask for help. Always asking for help where necessary. But you should help yourself more than asking, meaning that you should implement things you need to implement, and ask for advice, ask for guidance, and always show appreciation for wherever you have gotten support. Appreciation is not money, it's just by saying, oh, I have tried this and this is what I have gotten. Thank you so much for your impact. And that goes a long way. If you want to be an entrepreneur, don't look back. You cannot be an entrepreneur and look back, because everything you see in your front is saying go back. Don't go back. As long as you do not give up and you're resilient and you are always ready to try even when you say sign of failure, you will get there. Thank you.
Wow, a round of applause for our panelists, please. What a power-packed session this has been. We've talked about resilience, we've talked about the power of collaboration, adaptability, and execution. Because at the end of the day, it's not just about what we learn here that matters, but it's about what we do with what we have learned. A massive thank you to our panelists, to Dr. Samson Oyenekon, a big thank you to Mrs. Adebukola Barua, aka Madam BBC, and Engineer Mustafa for dropping so many gems today. And of course, to you, our amazing audience, for your energy. Thank you very much. So before we wrap up, we'll hand over to the MC to proceed from here. Thank you very much and enjoy the rest of the Outlook.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Please put your hands together for them. Please, can you rise for pictures? Just come in a cluster. And where's the photographer? Great. It's celebration time, ladies and gentlemen. And we're about to cut the cake in celebration of the 10th Fate Business Outlook and Alumni General Meeting. So after this picture, I'd like to awesome. Please, can we have the cake in front? Thank you so much. Please, ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for them as they take their seats. So in a short while, we're going to bring up the Executive Director of Fate Foundation to talk to us about the 10th Fate Annual Alumni Conference. So he's anticipating the conference this September. Anybody? All right, I hope you invite me again. But let's call up for the cutting of the cake. I'm wondering where the cake is. Or is it a digital cake? Okay, I can see the cake now. It looks good. I hope it's as delicious as it looks. Thank you so much. All right, please, for the cutting of cake, let's put our hands together for Madam President, the Alumni President, Oluwatoyin Bakare, the Executive Director, Fit Foundation, Adenike Adeyemi. Joining them is Adibambo Adebowale, who is Dean and Director of the Fit School, and Mr. Max Mekiti, past President of the Fit Alumni Community. Please, ladies and gentlemen, keep clapping for them. The louder you clap, the faster they come out. Oluwasheo Oshoniyi, please join them. Mr. M.K. Abbas, Ahmad, I beg your pardon. Mr. Ahmad, please join them in front. Please keep clapping for the elder statesman. You're welcome. So I'm guessing we're going to count down from 10 to 1, right? And then each number signifies a year of excellence and dedication to service for the past decade. Mr. Matt, please hold the knife with the... Madam President, don't worry, hold the knife. They won't think it's a wedding picture. They will understand. So ladies and gentlemen, can we count down? We're going to count from 10 to 1. Or should we count from 1 to 10? 10 to 1. 1 to 10. Or 1 to 100. All right, let's do 1 to 10. You still remember how to count 1 to 10, right? Let us go. 1, 2, 3, go. Can we put our hands together and celebrate the Fit Foundation? Cheers to 10 more years. Thank you so much. Please, you can have your seat.
Thank you very much. Distinguished alumni, my name is M.K. Ahmed, and it is an honor and privilege to be here with you today. And the President is lucky to have a 71-year-old as husband. So, thank you very much. And for me, it's a joy. Literally, we started this program, Fit Foundation. I've been part of Fit Foundation board for almost 2 decades, before subsequently resigning and taking up another responsibility. So the journey has started. Sustainability is important. We believe you are Fit Foundation and you should continue with Fit Foundation. Thank you and God bless.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you. Okay, great. So I guess I'll continue with the alumni conference. Great, thank you very much. Please, another round of applause for our panel. So my job is very sweet. It's to announce the next edition of our alumni conference, which is also number 10. Yes. So this year marks Faith Foundation's 25th year. Please, I think that deserves a round of applause. Because if Faith Foundation were a child, they would have gone to school, primary school, secondary school, university, done masters, maybe you'll be doing introduction, or possibly maybe married now with children. Exactly. So as a foundation, we're quite excited to be marking a quarter of a century that our organization has and continues to support entrepreneurs in different places and spaces. Can I even see who is our oldest alumni here? Let's see. Anybody from 2000? Fantastic. Please, Miss Celestina Otoro. Woo! From Katina Ventures, you're welcome. 2001, 2002. Please, you are 2001. We're not the first AEP class. I think you are 2001 EEP class. Okay, but we have Mr. Diko Davis. Please, can you come? Let's celebrate you. We'll do those who are first 5 years. 2002. So we have. Please, I think we should take a picture now. Katina, please come. 2008. Yeah, because I was surprised. 2008. Okay, so just wait. So they are arguing. Were they in the same class? No, when our seniors are arguing, just wait. So, please, what are your classes? Let's even, please come right here. Yes. If you are from 2000 to 2005, please come here. And yes, please, can we give everybody a round of applause? Because even Engineer Mustafa too, please come to the middle a bit. I think we need to take this picture. So, introduce what class were you here and then the program.
My name is Bukola Barua. I did AEP 2005.
I was trying to look for my year. It's been so long. But I did AEP 2000, yeah, something like that. It's been a long time. Thank you.
My name is Mona Lisa Abimbola Aze. I did AEP 2002.
I am Obruche Ojajare, EEP 2000, B class.
That's the pioneer class. Thank you.
I'm Olawale Itunji, Lenji Group, 2002C. Miss Bimini Lauren was our executive director, and there was one Kemi. She was the coordinator, class coordinator. So tough. You don't get late to class.
Yes, that's Miss Bumi Lawson. And guess what? Her daughter is also an alumni now and is a member of our Faith Alumni Exco. So just to show you intergeneration. And then we used to name our classes by letters. It was, I think, in 2002 that they then started naming it by numbers. So you see some people who say AEP 2000A, AEP 2000B.
I'm Temitayo Yetunji, AEP 2002.
You're welcome.
Kola Omotunde Young, EEP 2002. And I remember that Mr. Lawson was also in that class.
Theo Lawson.
Theo Lawson
yes.
was also in that
yes.
class.
Yes, thank you.
I'm Oluwato Inshego Samuel, AEP 2003.
Woo!
Well, I am not, my name is Vincent Awi. I was actually a contributor, lecturer in 2003, 4, 5.
And
I am not an alumni.
He's not an alumni, but he was a volunteer. And some people have stood up
We
too.
were lecturing, particularly accounting and how it relates to business.
Fantastic. Can we give him a round of applause? And as you can see, our dean also started volunteering with Faith from 2002. Join in too. You can join in. Please, can we give them a round? I think we should take a picture. Now, President, join in. Please, let me stand in the middle. Madam President.
It's a celebration. It's a celebration. Celebrate good times, come on. Let's celebrate. There's a party going on right here. A dedication to last throughout the year. So bring your good times and your laughter too. We gon' celebrate and party with you. Come on now. Celebration. Let's all celebrate.
Thank you very much. Thank you so much. Please, can we clap for everyone? Thank you. So, I'm going to ask Mr. Davis to stand with me while I talk about the next thing. And honestly, I'm always happy to see Faith alumni across different years and different cycles. Some people will say, oh, they came during Ndidi, or during Bumi Lawson, or during Osai, or during Elizabeth Olofin's time. And the joy about the Faith community is that joy of is the dynamic of the strength of experience, diverse sectors, diverse locations, because we also have alumni in the 36 states and the federal capital now. And part of the challenge we even have now, because most of our non-Lagos alumni, I always say we're now looking at Faith Foundation in Lagos, but not considering outside of Lagos ones. But I say that to set the context that that's also why we do our alumni conference. Please, can we all be together? Thank you. We do our alumni conference to bring in members from across sectors, classes, programs, locations, years today to celebrate that. We have 1 or 2 people from our first AEP and EEP classes, but our AEP now is in the 135 number, 135th class, and I believe our EEP is in the 36th class. Dean, we are now at EEP 36 or 37? EEP 36. So you can imagine the length of time and just the diversity and the spread of our alumni group. So we're very excited this year to announce the 10th Faith Alumni Conference. And we're going to have it on the 26th of September this year too. But one of the special things we're doing for this year is that we want to make sure that it's really befitting of not just a 10th conference, but an organization that has supported people over 25 years. So we're going to set up a special committee this year to help us really make sure that it is rich in content, rich in experience, diverse, but also very focused and impactful. And we started that organization this year. And it was my privilege and honor for us to set up a committee that will be chaired by someone who is not just an alumni member, but who is a past winner of our Faith Alumni Model Entrepreneur of the Year Award, and who also was the first alumni member to serve on the board of directors of Faith Foundation. We created a role. So every year for the last 8 years now, for the last 12 to 15 years actually, we've had one of the board members as an alumni member. And Mr. Dikwa Davis, founder of Real House Publications, served as the first alumni representative on the board. And we're honored to have him be the chair of this year's 10th Faith Annual Alumni Conference. And he said yes, like almost immediately. So I'm going to hand over to him, but as I hand over to him, I would also like to call the other members of the committee who we invited and who then said yes. We do have Chidumaga here, and you also see the diversity in the classes. Please, can we have Chidumaga from our Orange Corners program, founder of Exegy? Please come. He's also a member. Yeah, okay. Yes, and he also did EP, yes, so last year too. Do we have Miss Monica Nwosu in the house? No, I don't think she's here. Yes. Do we have Miss Oida Kazim in the house? Oida did our EP 2 years ago. Okay. And then do we have Dr. Orlando here? He's joining online. Okay, fantastic. So I will hand over to Mr. Dikwa Davis to say a few words to excite us and as we plan. Thank you very much. I didn't tell him he was going to come and do this, so this is impromptu.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, thank you all very much. I think the important thing for all of us is what we are going to get out of it and what we are going to put into it. And of course, what we put into it that we're going to get out of it. We are not strangers to each other here. I think that if we have a very strong alumni, then we would also, because we are part of that alumni, be stronger for it. One of the things I learned from Mr. Adiola, the founder, was that he would first look for a faith business to give any contract, job, or tender to first, before he thinks of any other company. Now, it also makes sense that the companies themselves, the faith companies themselves, are very strong, they are very capable, they have experience, and they can also leverage on other faith companies. So what we want to achieve this year is the start, I believe, of helping each other grow, challenging each other, and then the conference would be the climax of several events where we are hoping everyone will be able to participate in, and everyone will have a target for his company that by the date in September, certain things would have been achieved in the organization. So it could be, we'll be having some discussions with the ED so that faith is part of the program, and so that there's synergy. So it could be HR, it could be financing, there's a wide range of stuff, but there's something we want to focus on this year that hopefully by September, or going through the various steps by September, we will all be at a certain stage in our businesses. So I'll leave the details to a bit later, but we'll definitely engage. And there will obviously be collaboration. There will obviously be invitation for everyone to contribute. So it will be contributory as well, so that at the end of the day, we'll be able to achieve something together. Thank you very much.
And I believe we're all excited and looking forward to it. So thank you very much, Mr. Davis. Thank you very much, Mr. Chidumaga. Let's take a picture before I hand over to the MC. Thank you, Madam President and our Dean.
Please, let's clap for them.
Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, once again, can we put our hands together for them? My name is Nifemi Oguntoye. I attended EEP 2026. Anybody who is to be in my class? Anybody? My brother, God bless. I remember you. You were the one I gave $1 million. What have you made of it? All right, thank you so much, everyone. We're wrapping up the business outlook now. The annual general meeting will kickstart in about 15 minutes. Please remain on your seat. I understand that they are sharing a 3-course meal. But if you don't sit down, you won't get it. All right, another very important information, ladies and gentlemen. There are books that you can pick on your way out. This is how to start a fish farming business in Nigeria. The last person who read this book now has about 5 farms across the nation. This one is called the Nigerian Entrepreneur's Handbook Series. The way it's looking, you can tell that you can't read this book and remain the same. It's just for about 47,000 Naira plus. Thank you so much, everyone, for coming out. Oh, yes, please be reminded that there is free ice cream behind. There is medical check behind. Keep your personal belongings with you. If you're stepping out, please go out with them and stay safe. Thank you so much for coming out. I am Nifemi Ogutoye. Hopefully you call me again in September for your conference.
What does it take to transform a business and position it for global relevance? High-growth businesses are the engines of employment and economic transformation globally. Yet, for entrepreneurs, scaling quickly comes with complex challenges. Securing funding, expanding into new markets, and scaling operations. At the Faith School, we understand these pain points and are committed to empowering businesses to overcome them. After years of contributing to Nigeria's socio-economic development, we're launching a game-changing initiative. Get ready to witness the future of high-growth business transformation. Coming soon.
SMEs are a very important part of our economy. And there's no way any country, even SMEs, can survive or even grow without having aspirations to go to the next level.
I'm delighted to welcome you all to our annual Business Outlook and Alumni General Meeting. We hope to set this presentation for you to be able to gain insights, knowledge, information, to plan better.
In the midst of the challenges, we've chosen to be resilient, we've chosen not to give up, we've chosen to be creative, we've chosen to be innovative.
If you look at our business outlook since we started, we've actually really been gunning for the big guys in the industry, people who can give us like actual data and forecasts that we think that are really very reasonable and factual. To have a former chairman of KPMG come to talk to you about this, I mean, it's a big deal for us.
Many times, many people complain about things that are going on in the macro environment due to lack of understanding. Find a way to do exports. If you do exports, you generate your foreign currency. There's a lot of funding for SMEs. People don't do research. Don't go and scale by borrowing money you can't pay back. But look for the kind of funding that matches the kind of business you are doing and use that money to grow the business.
For anyone who is worried, I will just tell you, just watch out for what is going to happen.
The internet has an amount of information that is available to you to whether change your business model, whether you need to retool anything.
Please sit down with someone that understands how to price and cost your product. Don't sell below your cost price.
Your reputation is so important, and you must be deliberate in investing and building it, especially in tough times like this.
For me, the big takeaway, first of all, is, look, everything that's wrong today has happened before, and it's not reason to panic.
I've just been told and learned that in this hard time, you have to be factual in the business you do.
First thing I'm going to do differently is to bring even more flexibility and adaptability to my thought pattern.
Entrepreneurs must be flexible enough that if a particular business is not doing well, find a way to switch that business or to change the business model. People should do continuous learning. There are various online courses and things that you can actually read up on and train yourself and understand better how to manage a business in an inflationary environment.
What does success mean for you? And I'm sure many of you in the room are saying, I want all of this. I want the money, I want the power, I want the impact. But I think ultimately you need to decide for yourself what is really driving you, what is really motivating you. Many years ago, I was having a conversation with my wife and she said, what sector excites you? And I said, any sector that makes me money, I'm very excited about. Shortly afterwards, started to spend time looking at the agriculture sector and realized the amount of impact that you can have in people's lives just by building businesses in this space.
The beauty about the world today is that the options for how to run a business are a lot of options. How do customers get to you? Do they have to physically walk to your shop? Can they not get to you through a digital platform? Find a way to do exports. If you do exports, you generate your foreign currency. When you generate your foreign currency, then you don't need any bank person to be begging for FX. Innovation. If there's something missing in your business that you cannot do, reach out to somebody else who may help to help you. To add input to that thing you're doing that can raise standard what you're doing and probably give more value to the customer. You may say it's an additional cost, but anything you're doing in a business where you're bringing in additional cost that you can't pass on to the consumer, then maybe you're in the wrong business. Many a times, many people complain about things that are going on in the macro environment due to lack of understanding and lack of the connection between what goes on globally and what's happening locally. SMEs are a very important part of our economy. And there's no way any country, even SMEs, can survive or even grow without having aspirations to go to the next level. It's good to have a business where you're using your resources to run the business. What you have, maybe your family can give you money and everything, but it limits the capacity to grow. And that is the biggest challenge with SMEs. At what point do I scale? And if I want to scale, how do I scale? There's a lot of funding for SMEs. People don't do research. Don't go and scale by borrowing money you can't pay back. But look for the kind of funding that matches the kind of business that you're doing and use that money to grow the business. Many a times, many people complain about things that are going on in the macro environment due to lack of understanding. There's a risk that when you train the staff you're training with, they will go and open the same business. Well, fine, no problem. So if you are training your staff and one or two staff leave and set up the same business as yourself, it's a good sign. That means the market for your business is growing. If it's not growing for you, change your business model. And there are various ways to know whether it's growing or not. More customers, more volume of sales. Your staff are leaving you to go and set up a competing business like yourself. It's like somebody said coffee shop. In the Western world, the proxy for another coffee shop outlet is a queue in your coffee shop. So Starbucks has a coffee shop on this high street, and they see the queues are increasing. The best place to open another coffee shop is across the road. You see on the street and you see one Starbucks, another Starbucks, you say, how can they be? No, they're not cannibalizing themselves. They're actually expanding the business for coffee shops. So people who wanted to drink coffee, if they come to the coffee shop and see queue, say, boy, this queue still not, let me go in. But once that knows and sees another coffee shop, okay, let me pop in. So some of what they call the missed customer. You can miss a customer just because you're not in the right position or the right time.
Program has really been amazing. We had entrepreneurs in their early and startup stage, and we've had sections ranging from their business plan, even their business model canvas, finance fundamentals, really interactive section for the entrepreneurs where they had to really dive into their real business challenges, profounding solutions, brainstorming, and having a group presentation.
I joined AUP 133 as someone with so much frustration, so many information on the internet, without knowing where to do, what to go.
When I came into Faith Foundation, I came in with a lot of expectation. I still remember the introductory session. We learned quite a lot.
The case study we had on Baba Eko, where we went through his journey in business, how he left the north and came to Lagos. And there was so much to learn from that case study.
I've known quite a lot in business, but as I came to Faith Foundation, a lot of eye-opening sessions that I believe I'm going to implement in my business. It's going to help me to actually set up and structure my business very well.
What stood out in negotiation class for me was every day we wake up is a negotiation. You negotiate your way all through the day. And that has kind of influenced my decision that I wake up every day, I'm coming to the table to win. It has to be a win-win situation, not a lose-win situation. With the knowledge I've gained so far in Faith Foundation, AEP 133, I see my business in 3 to 5 years on the global scale.
I want to really thank Faith Foundation for the investment of time, investment of knowledge, and even for giving us a very robust platform to meet and network with very, very intelligent minds during this session.
I met different people. When I came here, I felt I was going to be the oldest, but I was gelling with them. I was friendly. I enjoyed their company. In fact, there's one of them that is actually giving me marketing ideas and rubbing minds, and I really got help.
This just to really say special thank you to all of our volunteers and faculty at Faith Foundation that even made themselves available to really make the AEP 133 cohort a very big success. And this is just to really say to every entrepreneur out there, you really want to take that audacious step, you want to take your business to the next level, you want to learn about challenges and how you can overcome them. The best place to be is to come and register for the Aspiring Entrepreneur Program at Faith Foundation. Trust me, you won't regret this.
AEP 133.
Congratulations! Your business is now one of the biggest ones in the country. And that was the message that Mr. Prince got. Because Mr. Prince had just set up a business that had blown. He was now in the area where he needed to know those elements of business, financial management, how to engage, how to negotiate, how to close deals. But Mr. Prince had a problem. He didn't know how to get that information, but he knew that he needed that information. So when he heard about the Emerging Entrepreneurs Program run by the Faith Foundation, he knew that was the program that he had to be on. The program that was going to tell him about the business and how to run it, how to scale it, how to grow it, to make his business more profitable, more bankable, more scalable, more sustainable. And that's the program that we are presenting to you here in Faith Foundation. So let me tell you about the Emerging Entrepreneurs Program at the Faith Foundation. It was conceptualized and it's been delivered to support entrepreneurs like yourself, to help you to develop the business to a level where you are ready to take on all the volatility and the uncertainty in an economy like ours. The faculty is great. It's led by Mr. Folade Allah himself, the founder of the Faith Foundation, and he was also the co-founder of the Guaranteed Trust Fund. The faculty are not only tried, but they're also tested. They're leaders of industry in their own right. So if you're going to join us and be one of those that we're going to look at in years to come and say, those are the leaders of our economy, then I would suggest you do one thing, that you go onto our website, www.faithfoundation.org/EEP and register for the Emerging Entrepreneurs Program. It will be one decision that you're going to be happy that you took. Take it from me, I know. I'm the dean of the school.
So please, as you are having your snacks, please come forward. Please come forward. Let's fill up the seats in front. Thank you.
Our economy has been predicted to grow by up to 3 or more percent this year. It means that when you look at the right places, you will find the right opportunities.
For anyone who is worried, I will just tell you, just watch out for what is going to happen. The fact does not consist of the bad alone, does not consist of the opportunities alone. It's the three together, and that's how you respond.
Please look at your numbers. If you don't know how to do your product costing, please sit down with someone that understands how to price and cost your product. Price your product to give you a margin so that your business can survive. Don't sell below your cost price.
I tell people after God, it's the internet. The internet has an amount of information that is available to you to whether change your business model, whether you need to retool anything.
Your reputation is so important and you must be deliberate in investing and building it, especially in tough times like this.
Don't underestimate your workers. Everybody is important. Change your sourcing. If you are buying abroad, this is obviously when you should start buying local. We have all these things locally, and they are wasting.
Alumni members, please come forward. There are lots of empty seats in front. Come.
I'll come back if I need more.
So please, if you're an alumnus of FACE, please move forward. We're going to be starting the AGM right about now. All right, so I'm going to be handing over to our alumni president in the person of Mrs. Toyin Bakare. So over to you, ma'am. Thank you.
So it's now afternoon, and I just want to say a very beautiful. Please, can we still ask everyone to please move forward? Please, I will encourage us to please move forward. Thank you. Thank you. And it was amazing to see all our alumni from 2000. Let's just move forward so that we can have one house. Thank you so much. There are seats in the front waiting to be occupied. Thank you so much. So, our ED, you're welcome. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you know, with this, you're welcome to, is this the 10th AGM as well? But it's just so beautiful to see all of us. So I'm delighted to welcome all of us to this AGM of the Faith Foundation Alumni. And today marks an important occasion for us to discuss on all the things that we have been doing, our events for the year, our business, and I think we had a very beautiful business outlook. Can we clap to that as well? Thank you so much. And thank you for waiting this long. Thank you so much. We really appreciate it. So it's important to discuss on our progress, discuss key matters affecting our network, and of course, plan for the future, plan for our 10th business. Our 10th alumni conference, and of course, celebrating the 25th year anniversary of Faith Foundation. So at this moment, I would like to formally put this meeting to order and let us know that the meeting has officially started. Just before we started, someone said that, how do I join this alumni? And I said that once you have done a course, you are all parts of the AGM, once you've attended the program at Faith Foundation, you're a member. But now we want you to be more fully involved. And part of what it makes us to be more fully involved is for all of us to pay our dues. And we're going to come to that very soon. So the agenda for today has been carefully structured to ensure productive discussions and actionable outcomes. We'll begin with a review of the past year's activities. But I would like to formally introduce everyone on this table, Mr. Femi Kotsu, and our Vice President, Mega Fortune. They came all the way from Ibadan. Please, let's celebrate and appreciate them. And Folakemi, our Gen Sec, Mr. Adeyemi, and of course, our PRO and Madam Welfare, Madam Grandiose. I call her Madam Grandiose, but we just want to celebrate everyone. Thank you so much. So, we're not going to, because we know time is so important. We're going to go straight with the agenda. And on our agenda this beautiful afternoon, we're going to talk about our matters arising. And I'm going to, Tosin Lawson. Yes, she's not around, our General Secretary. But Mega Fortune is going to stand in for her. So Tosin, Mega Fortune, please, can you give us an update on the strategy session? And I want us to know that as an alumni, we've been very intentional. Towards the last week in November, all of us here, including the members of all the leadership units from the economic and ventures, the welfare, the strategy. We all met together in Abeokuta at our IVD. We had a retreat for 2 days, and I think it was very beautiful. Over there, we're able to strategize what we intend to do, and the plans have already started. And sometimes this year, in January to be precise, we came together to consolidate. And so we're going to talk about what we discussed at our retreat session. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Madam President. Good afternoon, everyone. Good afternoon. My name is Mega Fortune, as she said, the Vice President of the Alumni Community. So during the retreat that we took last year, we had about 9 committees, sector committees, and I'm sure some of us are already part of the WhatsApp group that are under each sector. We have the visual arts, the technology, agriculture, health, energy. Yeah, so can we have the sector lead stand up? I think we have, do we have events? Yeah, we have events. Can we have all the sector lead stand up? I know there is Mr. Tunde.
Mr. Tunde, please stand up boldly.
There is
Please,
Mr.
yes.
Jerry, yes.
Mr. Mark.
Thank you so much. Yes, so, and also there were committees that were established during the retreat. We have the strategy, the Economic Venture Committee, and I think Madam President was part of that committee. The Strategy Committee, I was part of that committee. There is the Finance Committee, we have our Financial Secretary, the Welfare and Membership Committee, the Publicity Committee, etc. So I would love to call on the PRO, who will talk about some of the strategies that we came up with under the Publicity Committee, Mr. Femi Kotu.
Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Femi Kotu. I'm the PRO of the Alumni Executive Committee. Part of our plans for the Publicity Committee is increasing awareness of the foundation and also the alumni events that we do. And we set goals that we plan to reach within a certain period of time. And those goals include increasing the turnout at our events like this from 300 to 800 over a period of 6 to 12 months, and also increasing people who have paid their dues. That's alumni that have made commitments from around 114 to 1,000 people, and also helping Faith alumni registered members for publication in our newsletters. We are going to resume the newsletters that probably has been suspended for some time, but then we are resuming it, and that's an avenue for alumni businesses to publicize themselves, to also show great stuff that Faith alumni people are doing. For example, I attended a pop-up trade fair that was organized by Koje Initiative at Marriott Hotel in partnership with Sterling Bank. He's a Faith alum, and even though many people did not know about that, but it was really a successful event. It would have been nice if he was covered as an alum that organized a trade fair that gave small businesses opportunity to access to markets, right, and to network, to meet people. Because I attended the pop-up, I exhibited, and I met a lot of people, right? So programs like that or stuff like that Faith alum are doing, not necessarily their businesses, but the strides they are achieving in their industry and the goals they are meeting and the recognitions they are getting will be publicized in these newsletters that we are planning to restart. And also, we plan to launch a turnaround series. This turnaround series is something that involved bringing entrepreneurs to come and bringing established entrepreneurs and those that are striving in their industry, those that are making landmarks in their industry, to come and educate young ones like us, right, and people that are still struggling, trying to set their feet and find their footing in their particular industry, to come and educate entrepreneurs like that on how to solve particular problems, including staffing, including finances, including access to market, including marketing, stuff like that that literally you would have to pay a lot of money for. But then we are inviting entrepreneurs who have achieved this feat, who have gone past this phase, to come and educate budding entrepreneurs in Faith Alumni. And also, we plan to develop and maintain a central alumni database that can be accessed by literally anybody, even outside the alum. I mean, we all know that Faith Foundation Alumni is a community of dedicated entrepreneurs, right? And okay, you are looking to give a job, a contract to people, and you want to know whether they are certified, whether they are confirmed to be, who they say they are, right? Who they say they are, rather. So this alumni database will give access to entrepreneurs, to people to access these entrepreneurs and be able to connect with them and do business with them. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Okay, so I will just go to the next item on the agenda, which is to talk about, sorry, please. We should talk about the strategic programs report for Faith Alumni Community, programs and partnership. I need it. Yeah, so last year there were lineups of amazing programs, both virtually and physically. Can I have a show of hands for those who attended our virtual town hall meetings and other programs? Okay, so we can see that the attendance is quite low. And one of the things we're really pushing forward this year, as we've heard at this Outlook, is partnership, engagement, collaboration. And you can't do that even if you're not part of a community. You don't even know your community members. So we would love to encourage. We have a lineup of beautiful, amazing programs this year. We've sat together with sector leaders to look at how we can come up with programs that affect each sector that would, boost our businesses and our economy. So we have amazing, I'll just go through the list. We have amazing lineup of programs. I want us to be on the lookout for when these programs will be announced on Instagram, on Facebook, on X, on WhatsApp groups too. Yes, so we have our alumni breakfast, our alumni president's breakfast coming up soon. We have agri-business and manufacturing sector programs. We have Faith Alumni Tech and Consulting sector programs. Then we have another Alumni President's Breakfast, Alumni Health sector programs, group mentoring sessions for Faith Alumni Community. I think they do this weekly already, so we should also take this opportunity. We have Faith Alumni Energy sector programs, Faith Alumni Fashion sector programs. We also have our 10th annual celebration coming up. And I mean, this is one big event that we really want everyone to be a part of. We're looking forward to bringing in the social vibes into our alumni community. So as we're coming for a business, we're coming for business, but we're also coming to vibe. So let us do well to come with our A vibe, A energy, right? Yes. So thank you so much for having me.
Thank you so much, Mega Fortune, our dear Vice President. And what we're trying to do at Faith Foundations, we want everybody to be intentional about joining our events. A lot of people say they don't get the information. So one thing we're going to do before we leave, we have a WhatsApp group. If you know you are not on any WhatsApp group, please let's see any one of us, and we will add you immediately, because this year, all of us, we are all going together in the same boat, and we're all on the same journey. So I'm going to hand over right now to our Faith Alumni Community Welfare, Mrs. Oluwayemisi Obe, who is going to tell us about the plans for welfare, because as a community as well, we're concerned about the welfare of everybody. Over to you, Mrs. Obe.
Thank you, Madam President. Good afternoon, everyone.
Can we please appreciate her?
Thank you. Thank you very much. So we during the strategy session, we defined two objectives for the welfare department to achieve. The first one is to encourage alumni members' participation and improve their well-being. And then the second is to build community and strengthen alumni relationships through recreational activities, just like Mega Fortune has said and Madam President. So for the alumni participation and improving the well-being, we decided that the first thing we'll do is to introduce mental health initiatives through having a talk to a therapist button on the Faith Foundation website, whereby if you need to talk to somebody, you can click that button and have access to a therapist who would, listen to you and hear you out. And I tell you, because of the business environment in Nigeria, a lot of times it's quite tough on entrepreneurs. And, we know that slogan that says it's lonely at the top. A lot of times you're going through things, you don't have friends that may be doing exactly the same thing that you're doing, and you can't be calling your workers to be having conversations with them. So sometimes you just need an external person to listen to you, and I believe that so during the course of the year, we hope that within the next 3 months, we'll be able to put that in place. If you are a certified therapist, please reach out to me or a member of the Alumni Growth Support Team, or if you have linkages to associations that we can partner with to be able to render such services to the alumni, we'd really appreciate it. Then also, we would be having membership check-in engagements. And this we're going to do through the sectoral leads. So please, if you get a call from the sector lead in your sector, be kind to pick the call or to call back in case you're not available when they pick. So they're going to be like subcommittees in each of the sectors who would now divide the sector members amongst themselves and reach out to them from time to time just to talk. I remember I had a conversation. I called a friend yesterday. I called her because I needed help with something. So after discussing what I wanted, I just said, "Oh, how are you?" And then we spent another 1 hour just talking. The line cut, she called me back. The line cut, I called her back. She had bottled a lot of things. So I believe that, having those calls, when any of your sector lead members call you and you have anything bothering you, please don't feel like, "Oh, I can't share with them." Open up. A problem shared is a problem half solved. The third thing is community engagement events. So this year we're going to have about maybe 1 or 2. We'll start with 1 or 2. They are going to be paid events. Things like paint and sip, things like maybe boat trips, things to just not only discussing serious business activities or events or discussions. Just come, let your hair down, have conversations, engage with fellow alumni. You never can tell. Maybe the person that will be your partner at that program would be of immense help to your business at some point in time. We're also looking at having inter-sector sports competition. It's not only running and, athletic sports. Likely we're going to do some maybe indoor or table sports and things like that. So please look out for it and turn up. Because if we put all of these fine and nice activities in place and then people don't show up, it doesn't encourage the alumni. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you so much, Yemisi. Thank you for that good report on welfare. And remember what she said, a problem shared is a problem solved together. I think the most important question you can ask an entrepreneur today is, how are you? How are you speaks volumes. I want you to know that we're here for you. Just if you know you're not ready, don't ask that question. But once you're ready to share a problem with them, just ask the person, how are you? So we're going to go next to the next person now. And it's a very, very important part of this meeting. We're going to talk about our alumni dues. We're going to talk about our membership benefit. And I'll be honored to please hand over to our financial secretary, Mr. Adeyemi Olaniyonu. Can we please appreciate him as Mr. Adeyemi gives us a breakdown on how we're going to raise 1 billion naira for us as a community. We have entrepreneurs that are global here. Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, good afternoon,
So much,
Madam
Adeyemi.
President and fellow school members. And good afternoon, great alumni member of Faith Foundation. So, okay, so all these activities that are happening are alumni activities. And Faith Foundation has been the one babysitting us.
And now we should take ownership of all these programs like this Faith Economic Outlook that we just had today. It's supposed to be us that are supposed to do everything. So going forward, this ESCO has decided that we want to raise 100 million naira for the year 2025. It's doable now. It's doable. I trust we can do more than that. So how do we intend to do that? One, the ESCO has decided that the alumni dues should be increased from 12,000 naira to 15,000.
Thank you, ma.
Hello. Yeah, we know it should be more. We're just starting. It should be more.
But you know, it's voluntary. You can always do more. Thank you.
So, and our financial year is from January to December. So, we are already in arrears. We that we have not yet paid our dues. If you have paid your dues for 2025, please, can you signify by raising up your hand? We have well over 11,000 Faith alumni members, and it's just like 200 people that are paying dues. We need to think about it. If we want this community to be great, we need to fulfill our own part of the responsibility. If we can get at least 1,000 people paying 15,000, we can do great things. We can support each other. So please, I'm begging you, please. Okay, apart from that, there's so many activities that the ESCO have lined up. So we're also going to look for sponsorship. So it's not just that we are relying on the member dues only. We're also going to look for sponsorship for those events. Like there are going to be sectorial engagement or activities. So we'll look for people within that sectors that can sponsor those kind of events. So we are looking at that. And apart from that, we are also planning to have a social function, not just business. Let's have time to unwind. So we are looking at raising money from that event as well. So I'm appealing to you all. We need your support for us to be able to accomplish all these goals and objectives. So should we be counting on you?
Yes.
Okay. We'll appreciate your support.
Okay, but also, we want you to tell us how can we pay this money. We are trying to make it as easy as possible. You know, what platform, how do we get, some people want to pay now, who do they go to meet? Please, let's try and simplify our processes. Thank you.
I think on the WhatsApp platform, there is a link that will be shared. We'll make sure we share the link for the payment. Okay, there's a flyer.
Mr. Shegun, can you please put it on the screen now so that everybody, please put it on your direct debits.
Okay.
And let's adopt Faith Foundation as part of our CSR. Let's be giving back to Faith. Faith has done so much for us. Has helped our business. Let's give back to Faith as well. Thank you.
From January to December. But if you have more than that, you can. 25.
Yes.
Okay, Shegun.
Yes, so please, we would like to have...
You can see Mr. Shegun if you want to make payments today.
So, if they can please put it, I would like it to be put on. Please send the account details.
They are working on it, ma'am.
Yes, thank you so much.
Thank you.
Are we making progress? You can see that my energy was very high when it came to money because we all like the money. We need money. Money is important. Do we all agree? Yes. This hall that we're using, it costs money. The food that we're sharing, it costs money. To get the keynote speaker and give them gifts, please respond now. It costs money. Did we charge you money for this event? No. Please, can we celebrate Faith Foundation? Thank you so much. So that is why I don't want to sing, but if I would go this, I'll say, what is money? Money is nothing. Let's begin to build legacies. This is our AGM. This is where we're going to have, please begin to get ready your question and your answers. So that your questions, so that we can all see how we can all grow together as an alumni. Thank you so much. So we're going to take the next person that is going to give us a breakdown on their own sector is our dear PRO of this Alumni, Mr. Femi Ikotu. You're going to tell us about the Alumni Hub and our newsletter and how we can all promote our businesses. Over to you, Femi. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm back once again. And to give you further information on the newsletter, right? Basically, we all know how a newsletter operates, right? But then the strategy behind it is that we have a database of over 11,000 FITS alumni members. And this is an opportunity for not only businesses, right, but the fit that we are achieving in our industries, right, for us to be able to publicize and let the world know that, okay, FITS Foundation alumni is a group of people that, you know, that are doing very, very good, great things in their industries, and are also looking to, you know, to expand to other industries and other societies, right? So that is part of what we are going to, that's part of what we are going to be communicating in the newsletter, and also the programs that that we'll be organizing, right? We know we put a lot of it on social media and everything, but then if you look at FITS Foundation Instagram page, even though we have a lot of followers, right? But engagement, thank you very much. Engagement is a little bit on the low side, right? So we are trying to make sure that we pull engagement from every possible sources that we can get them, and direct them to the information we want them to see, the programs we want them to participate in, the benefits we want them to enjoy, the classes we want them to take, the consultations, free consultations weekly that we want them to take. Those kind of things are what we are planning to achieve with the relaunching of the newsletter. And also, at the moment, it's not really, the figure is not sorted out yet, but then we are planning to open spots for businesses to advertise their goods and services, right? And even your events too. I mean, as I'm into printing and branding, I can take a spot for a particular page, for a particular amount rather, and I'll be able to reach thousands of alumni, and it's increasing every day, every month, every week. Is increasing every day. And these are people that can actually afford your products and your services, that can call you up to big projects, that can link you up with different people, just because you are a member of FITS Alumni and you are committed, both financially and fiscally. You attend the programs, you tell people about the program and everything like that. So these are, among other things, these are part of what we are planning to achieve with the relaunching of the newsletter. So if you have more ideas on how newsletters can operate very well, or we are willing to volunteer, you can always reach out to the Faith Growth number that usually send visit to our group. I mean, if you're in whatever AEP or EEP group that you belong to, there's a particular number that sends information to that group, right? You can always reach out to that number if you are willing to join the team, or you have an idea on how to spark creativity with the newsletter, on how to increase its efficiency. And also, lastly, we are planning to give me a moment.
Success stories.
Yes, thank you very much, Ma. So success stories, right? We are planning to tell people how FITS alumni members are succeeding in their industry. An example I gave is the well-executed Koji initiative pop-up market at Marriott Hotel in Ikeja, in partnership with Sterling Bank. I think that is a very big event, right? I don't know if he's here, or even if he's not here, please can you give him a round of applause in his absence? I mean, it was attended by a lot of people, and the market, the people that came to that pop-up fair they came from all over Nigeria, right? And they sold beautiful products. And this is an event that was organized by a FITS alumni. So success stories like this are what we also include in our newsletter. So whatever you are doing in your industry, be rest assured that FITS Foundation is willing to cover you and share the good news of your success to the entire world. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Femi. Please, we would like to encourage all our alumni not to go. Please don't go. We're almost done. And so what he has just said, please, if you have writing skills and you'd like to join our editorial committee, please wait behind and see Mr. Femi, because we want to begin to spotlight success stories and talk about our businesses. And so the next thing we would like to call Oluwaseun. Where is she? Okay, is she in the hall? Okay. Maybe I will call her if because she's meant to be next. Okay. So now we're going to have interactive questions and answers. If you have any questions for us, I can see one hand up. We're going to take just 3 questions.
on how we can all grow together as an alumni, and we just celebrate everyone that has waited this far. Mr. Welfare, thank you so much. He was a member of the last EXCO and he's still very active. We celebrate you. Thank you so much. Please, can you have a mic, please?
Hello. Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
My president. All right. It's a pleasure to be here, and I just want to contribute to the conversation. I remember having worked as a ESCO. I know the immense work that it takes for us to break even or to achieve success as a team. But there's something that I want to call our attention to as an alumni. Okay, my company, Speed Meals, we are putting together a conference, a chef conference. Some of you might have seen the social media ads and all. And we have to build a team around the conference. We have our regular staff in the office doing our regular stuff. But for the sake of this conference, I have to assemble a team to deliver the conference. And within the space of 4 days or 5 days that we opened the registration portal, 1,200 persons have registered from all over Nigeria. You know, I was shocked. Why was I shocked? The amount of response. So, see, when we do things right and we engage the right hands, the right people. I'm big on execution. I'm big on getting it done and getting it done now. If going forward for our conference, I don't see why we'll be having an annual alumni conference in September and we are starting late. We usually start planning late, number one. Our publicity is always zero, less to nothing. If you ask, they say, we have shared it on social media, we are sharing it on our WhatsApp groups, and we are relying on some of our old alumni who most of them are already outside of the country and all of that. Why don't you make it a national event? Why don't you make it an event? I also have an alumni, over 380 chefs have graduated from our school. But guess what? They are sharing it on their own, doing their own little things. But we are doing billboards. Outdoor, we are doing television, we are doing radio. We're going to do a mix of many things. So it's not social media alone. We are sharing it and we are shooting one video. And no. So this year, number one, start early. Number two, let's go all out. Goal is to get 1,000 people in the hall. And we will not rest until we see the 1,000. But if you start now, that is February, before September, you have 10,000. You will not be picking. No, those that pay first will get the first order and the rest. So that's all I want to say. And if you need my help on that, I can, of course, suggest to help. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So we'll get back to you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Any other question? We'll come back to you after because we already started questions. Mr. Tunde, do you have a question? Okay, contribution. Thank you.
All protocol observed. Tunde Aleilo is my name. What I want to say is the fact that the reason we struggle to perhaps get the kind of impact we should get is the fact that I think a lot of us, faith entrepreneurs, do I want to say we are not proud of our alma mater? Or do I want to say we are too busy with our brands that we are waiting for what fate want to give to us? I want to encourage us. I wrote something down somewhere. I said MFFS, my Faith Foundation story. And with that, what I have been doing is, if you are fortunate or unfortunate to meet me and have conversation with me about my business, you must hear about Faith Foundation. If you come and I remember a number of some other entrepreneurs ecosystem that belong to had come and they had come to our office to get us to speak to the media. You will hear Faith Foundation. So I want to suggest, or I want to advise, maybe perhaps we should actually put that out there and ask people 2-3 minutes of their Faith Foundation success story. Let's say it and let us put it out there. Also, secondly, there are quite a number of WhatsApp groups that we are in. In follow-up to what Mr. Tobias said, quite a number of us are there. And when these things are dropped there, we just look at them and we walk away. I did something that I was not used to doing for this, what is it called, Faith Business Outlook. I saw a video Oluwaseun did and posted on YouTube. I carry it and I put it on all. And today in this all, I have quite a number of people that till this morning followed up with me, and they are here. Some of them are still in this all. If we don't go an extra mile to talk about what faith has done for us, we will just continue to come here to talk about this, and we won't. So I want to advise us, let us all go out and tell other people what faith has done for us, and we'll see us making the community better. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Tunde. Thank you so much, Mr. Tobias, as well. And you see, what I can see is that already, Mr. Tunde, you are part of our editorial committee. Yes. There was something I just discussed with Mega Fortune now. On my flight on Tuesday, I saw somebody wear a hoodie of one particular school I had gone to like maybe 10 years ago. The school was SIBS. And because of that, I had to engage him. I said, what year did you go to? And he said, oh, he's currently going to campus in Zurich. We became friends. He's from Ivory Coast. I've told Mega Fortune we're going to have our own hoodies that will be Faith Foundation. When we are traveling, we will wear it. I want us to be proud of our alumni. So Mega Fortune, we're going to produce it for us and let us know the cost. I will buy. All of us, we are going to buy. We cannot be wearing the... Sorry, ma? So we are not going to be... We are proud of our alumni. I am proud of my alumni, and I have my Faith Foundation story. So please, let's start getting... Our next publication must come out in March. Editorial committee, please take note. And we also said it right now that March is also our Women's Month. For Faith Foundation, we're going to do a program for women. All the women in the house, get ready. For March, we're going to come up with the agenda, and we're going to... So that... any more contributions? Any more questions? Thank you so much, Ma. Please, can we give... And we celebrate you so much, and we're always so proud of you. Thank you so much, Ma.
Yeah, I wanted to ask if we have an alumni group, the community WhatsApp group. Do we have such group?
Yes, we do.
I'm not there.
So we need to actually overhaul and update. We need to. Before we go, please, if you know you are not on our alumni group or community, Oluwaseun, yes, Oluwaseun is going to speak to that. Yes. Thank you so much, ma'am.
So let's have that. And then for this contribution, I did mention that at the last AGM, and I'm saying it again. We need to drive contribution. We need to drive it. We are too quiet. You know, we are too quiet. We have to be in the face of people. Harass us. That's the only way. Because, and it's not, we're not paying, it's not because we don't want to pay. Sometimes we just forget. So we need someone to always remind us. So like on that group, the details should always be on that group.
It's on the screen now. On the screen. Please, can we all write? And you know what? It's not even a matter of writing now. Can we all pay now?
Yeah. Yes.
Can you just all... We want to see like 100 alerts today.
Yes. Let's
There's a POS as well at the back. Thank you. We're all going to pay today. Please, can they be moving around and let people? We're very practical. We're intentional. We want to thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much, Ma, for that contribution. And thank you so much for being an ambassador. We love you so much. Okay, so any other contribution before I call on our senior programs manager, our head of growth and alumni, Oluwaseun? Can we please clap for her? Can we celebrate her? The one that gives us the wings, that quietly just does the work. Thank you so much. As she gives us an update on growth and alumni service for the community. Over to you, Oluwaseun. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam President and the Alumni Executive Committee. I'll just speak briefly. I'll just build on what Mrs. Onara just said, first of all, when it comes to fundraising. It's a collective responsibility, right? And I want to say that everybody here, you've benefited from Faith Foundation in one form or the other. Our programs, inviting you to speak at different events. Some alumni members have even been opportune to go for international engagements because of the level at which they've been active and they've contributed. To you is that you should own this as well. It's not just left for the executive to do, but it's a collective responsibility. Everything you see here today was the service offered are all by alumni members, right? That's one of the things that we do, but we're also trying to encourage that interfaith where, you know, alumni members are transacting with each other. I'll just also speak very quickly to the support services that we provide. It's important for us to take advantage of it. A lot of us complain or talk about the challenges we have in our business, but we're not taking advantage of the weekly free business advisory and consulting sessions that we have. Please, it is absolutely free. Emmanuel Adesina is the coordinator for it. You can register for the next session, which is happening next week. The second thing I want to talk about, and this is an initiative that this executive is putting forward. We've got a lot of feedback from entrepreneurs that, oh, they want mentors, they want mentors, they want mentors. Even though you were given a mentor in some form during the program you graduated from. So one of the things we're going to be having this year is a group mentoring session for alumni members. We're going to be bringing forth our more experienced entrepreneurs. Thank you. You can clap if you want to. We're going to be bringing more of our advanced and seniors entrepreneurs to just guide you and encourage. They've talked about all the programs that we're going to be having, and one of the things that we're going to be firmer on going forward as well is requests. So it's as if sometimes our entrepreneurs only remember Faith when they need something, right? Introductory letter, they want to travel, they want to do this. And we're more than happy to do that. But I'm saying this on behalf of the Dean of the Faith School, who has said already that the first question we would ask you when you come for a request is, have you paid your dues? We're going to be doing that now. For events that we're having now, we are going to also be asking that question because there are a lot of closed door opportunities, and it is only paid alumni members that would have opportunities to access this. The other thing I'll talk about before I wrap is access to market and access to funding opportunities. Last year, through one of our partners who sponsors one of our programs, we were able to have about 2 access to market opportunities, exhibitions. There were some entrepreneurs in the room that were part of the Standard Chartered pop-up events. Yes. Okay, I can see about 3, 4. Please raise your hands. All right, fantastic. Even somebody here. Okay, Print Wave, how much did you make? Let me not cast. So we know he closed late. He practically shut down the bank. And I'm not kidding. They told us that we should just leave him there. They will take care of him and all of that. Why am I giving these practical examples and taking my time to explain? If you don't see value in the community, you're not going to be able to extract the value from it. So again, we just want to encourage you. There's a very active WhatsApp group. If you know that you're an alumnus of Faith and you're not on the WhatsApp group, please go to the registration desk and look for Mr. Oluwasegun. I think he's in the hall. Segun, please, can you stand? Please, let's celebrate him. All those messages you see, please, you need to clap for Oluwasegun. Please clap very well. Because a lot of you reach out to him, odd hours, he's promptly responding. Please, we have our QR code at the registration desk. If you know that you are not on the community group, this is a great time to join because that's where we share all of this information. The last thing I'm going to talk about, and quite a number of us have benefited from this, we care about your businesses, right? And it's not just by mouth. We literally visit our entrepreneurs. And if you know that you want to be part of this, you want us to come and see you, it's not an assessment of your business. We're just coming in to check to see how things are. If there are any challenges, we're there in real time to provide solutions and support you. So please, if you also want us to do that for you, if you're out of Lagos, we do that virtually every week as well. Oluwasegun, I believe it's always on Wednesdays. Yes, so we would connect with you virtually, and we did that in a bid to reach our entrepreneurs who are in northern Nigeria, south, and up north as well. So please, we strongly encourage you to take advantage of all of these opportunities, and we look forward to having a very, very fantastic 2025. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much, Oluwaseun. Thank you for all that you do. There was something that she said, if you don't see value in the community, you will not be able to extract the value from the community. So I'm going to hand over to our treasurer, Folakemi Roland, as she gives us AOB and the closing remark. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam President. And I hope we're all having a nice time. My name is Folakemi Roland. I'm the treasurer. And of course, you know, I love money. So please, with a show of hands, how many people have been able to pay our dues for today? I know. Thank you very much, Ma. Thank you. Thank you. We celebrate you all. So are there any other business you'd like us to take note of? Because we're we're keen on getting your feedback. Yes, we have a lot that we want to do for the year, but we equally want to know, how it translates to you and what you want us to take note of. Just with a show of hands, if we have any, I'm just going to take 3. So let's quickly have you. Okay, I can see 2 hands up already. Okay, 3 hands. Okay, fantastic. Please, can you give them the microphone so we get their...
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Mr. Olubunmi Odeyinka. You did not mention education sector when you were mentioning the other groups. Yeah. Education sector.
What would you like to know about it, please?
Okay,
okay, whether we have that sector.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes, we have
We
education
do.
sector. And Madam BBC is the sector lead.
All right. Thank you very much. Are you on the group? You're not. Please. Let's ensure that we get on that, on those groups today. It'll be fantastic so that the information that we pass across is disseminated properly, and then we get to know what is happening within the community as well. Can we have the second person?
Okay, good afternoon, everyone. My name is Zainab Mabina Adesoya, and I think I share something with with our request. Anyway, I've shared with our program coordinator, Fumibi Ogunbowale, that, Faith Foundation is doing fantastically well, and we appreciate everything you're doing, but we need more support in the education sector. I am pitching for the education sector because the struggle in the education sector is so much and so huge. And if we take it early from the education sector, I think the entrepreneurship world will have a better leverage. What I mean is school owners specifically, right? And then some other education businesses, the struggle to make impact and also scale and sustain is so much. It's easier for a fashion entrepreneur, for a tech entrepreneur to scale and sustain the business, quite easily. But when it comes to education, most owners are in that circle of, I want these children to have quality education, and I need funds, I need training, I need mentorship. So part of what I do at Growth Master Global Consult is I help school owners to scale and sustain their businesses, and I'm ready to partner with Faith Foundation to ensure that this gets across to as many school owners as possible across Nigeria. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, do we have any other?
The last person.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Phoebe Ibizugbe. And what I want to find out, actually, is what the program is. They're talking about education. I'm not saying education is not important. It is for everybody. But my concern was actually on a general scale as to if there are programs for financing small businesses this year. As in, are there any funding support programs that are outlined? And let me say that since I just heard about paying alumni dues today, I haven't done mine today, but I know I'll be doing it before the month runs out. So yes, we should plow in to somewhere we have benefited from, but call me Oliver Twist, I'm asking for more.
Okay. All right, the executive director will respond to that. Adenike.
Thank you. I was trying to get you to respond. So, the great thing about the way the foundation is that, to speak to what you're saying, first of all, when the PRO spoke, the general information that we have across board. So more often than not, most of the programs have a general scope in nature, bearing in mind that we have a cross-sector, cross-geography, cross-age group at all board, because there are certain issues that are very sector-specific, but there are also issues that cut across board. So most of the programs that they listed out that we'll have are actually general across board. Then number two, even to those who have meant education, it's not just education. We have about 10 to 11 sector groups. The sector leads, and some of them are here, from hospitality to energy, to education, to there are different groups, and we can list them out. We have sector leads, and in the strategy retreat they spoke about, we spent 2 days off-site, where each of the sector leads also came up with specific things that they will do. In some of your sectors, you already have seen the sector leads send out forms for you to fill. I know definitely for the agribusiness group that happened, and I think for the energy, you did that too. So there's some sectors that have already started to collect information, crowdsourcing from the WhatsApp sector groups. So if you are not on the sector groups, please, as they said, see Shegun and get added, as long as you are an alumni on that. But in terms of even the foundation's programs, we do. Over the last 4 years, there have been different funding programs that have been available. The challenge sometimes, though, is that the fund designs are specific sometimes with the intent of the beneficiary. So I know you are smiling, but the men will be complaining, because I know all the last 4 years, we have something for women, you know. So for women, for younger people, and we will continue to look for. We have an ongoing revolving fund program that we launched last year. It's a less than 5% refundable one. So it's not grants. We do have grants sometimes. We had grants for about 70 people this time last year too. So the point I'm trying to make is just be on the groups. When information comes, look at it. You never know what those opportunities will mean and how. Join the sector groups. If your sector group is not sending message, please put a message and say, sector group, you are not here, sector leader, we are not hearing from you. What is your plan? What's the program and the like? So again, a lot of things happen at once. Some people even feel bombarded in the sector because we've even gotten that information that you people are sending information too much. So we try to balance it out across it. So that's what I'll say here. But I want to emphasize again, we have our flyers for the alumni dues. They're here. If you make a payment, please, please, and please send the proof of payment to the Alumni at Faith Foundation email and the number there, so that it can be tracked appropriately. Yeah. There's also a POS outside too. So that's what I'll end with. Thank you. I don't know if Shehu has any other thing to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Adenike. So I've already been getting some questions. So if you know you're here, you've not attended or enrolled for a Faith Foundation program, please, you can... Okay. So my boss says you cannot benefit from any of this. However, you can speak to my colleague Agogo Akporido. He's at the back there, raising his hand. So you can speak to him. You can also speak to Oreoluwa Kiton. She's at the registration desk. Now, there are also those who have decided to bring it back again, to join the community again. So there's a list going round. Please just write your name, your WhatsApp number, the industry, your sector, if you are in events, real estate, energy, whatever sector you're in, please just write it down and then you'll be added to the WhatsApp group. Finally, and most importantly, there's been a lot of questions around, market access to market opportunities and the likes. We also have an online alumni hub, and currently we have 50% of the alumni community, over 4,000 alumni members on the hub, active on the hub, and it's actually visible on Google. So if you search Faith Alumni Hub, you see it, you see their businesses and all of that. Emmanuel is holding up a QR code, so you can scan it with your phone and get signed up. Please, this is for alumni members only. So if you're an alumni member and you're yet to be on the platform, please just scan. You can raise up your hand, he will come to you. And then again, if you have never attended a faith program and you are interested, you can speak to Agogo Akporido, or you can speak to Emmanuel Aweye, the gentleman in green at the back wearing glasses. He will be able to attend to you. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Oluwaseun, for that. So as we come to the close of this very impactful gathering, I want to express my deepest gratitude to everyone for waiting this far and for making the 10th Faith Business Outlook Alumni and our AGM a resounding success. Can you please all clap for that? Thank you for waiting this long. And I want us to know that, So today's conversations have been very rich, they've been impactful, they've been insightful, and they've been thought-provoking. We have gained a lot of knowledge. And what are our key takeaways and our call to action? Let us stay adaptable. Let us stay innovative. Let us leverage on the community. Let's leverage on our network, on this ecosystem. It's such a powerful ecosystem. Let's learn to collaborate. Let's learn to connect. And let's just learn to support one another. And also my final key takeaway, let's implement. Let's take action. Knowledge without execution is wasted potential. Apply what you have learned today to grow and scale your business. And my gratitude this afternoon, I want to say a big thank you to our ED, Ms. Adenike Adeyemi. Thank you so much for all you do for supporting us. To our Dean, Mr. Adebowale, thank you so much. To our Head of Growth, Mrs. Oluwaseun, thank you so much. And Oluwaseun, thank you. To all our alumni, I encourage us to remain engaged. Let's support one another. And to the executive committee on the stage, thank you so much. And we are coming together to make more impact. Thank you once again for being part of this journey. I look forward to seeing the remarkable strides we'll make in the months ahead. As we leave here today, let's do so with renewed energy, with purpose and determination to make 2025 a year of growth, success, to see our businesses go global. And what else do I have to say? We love and we appreciate you all. And the faith team, I want to stand up and say thank you to Madam Blessing, to everyone. If I start to call names, we're not going to leave here. But please, we give you a round of applause. So can we stand up to appreciate the faith team? Because they've made this work very easy for us. And I'm being very real, I'm being very vulnerable. We're all very busy in our various places of work. And last but not the least, we have our entrepreneur, Mr. Tunde, that bought books. Please, let's support, let's buy it. They're at the registration desk. It's a very important and very valuable tool. Let's all support our network. So thank you so much. We all need to take a Faith Foundation picture. I want to take a picture with everyone. And please, let's get ready for our March event for the women. We're going to have an event for the women. Mr. Nolaja, we are going to be our keynote for that event. Yes, we're telling you. And we're going to make impact as well. We really appreciate you. And we're seeing Faith going to be the best business school in the world. The best ESO in the world. Thank you so much.
Thank you all very much. So we've come to the end of the annual alumni general meeting. So we look forward to seeing you all at the 10th Faith Annual Alumni Conference. Yes, thank you all very much, and do have a safe trip back to your various destinations. Thank you. Please, the executive should remain upstage for a group picture. Can we have Mr. Max Menkiti join after this? So explicit